Welcome back, Joe. What do you know? The Rams almost lost that game. Quite frankly, they should have lost that game. And they did not. The Panthers had that game. I'm not so sure. Where did Stafford come up clutching that? Even ESPN said Kobe Parkinson makes an incredible touchdown snag. I don't know if they're going to, Scott. I don't have good expectations for that. Now let's see what Caleb Williams in his first ever playoff game looks. You know, DJ, I actually really appreciate you saying stuff like that. I don't know if you could just say like straight up you got lucky. But I'd say you were fortunate to come away with that win. But I appreciate you like saying that and not automatically spinning it to something else. Think about how that interception comes through. A lot of things changed. Are we all on the same page right now with the Bears game? I got third down, 14:07 to go in the first quarter. Oh, great teams definitely know how to win games like that, for sure. Packers winning going to Seattle. And then what about the 49ers? I'm at 1350 now. I'm as live as I can get. It's 3rd and 3. Man in motion. Caleb Williams. And a catch for a first down. I'm about 21 seconds ahead of you this time. What is happening? And you got the 49ers winning in Philly. So then that would be Bears-Rams playoff game. You think Amazon has higher quality? No one in particular, Diego. Wow. That was quite the overthrow. Now I'm at 2nd and 10, 12 minutes and 49 seconds. Play clock at 30. Second and 10. Handoff. Goes for like 2 yards. Third down, 3rd and 8. Something tells me Brock Purdy steps up big with Trent back. We'll see, buddy. We'll see. What about the Jags and the Panther? You're skipping a game. What about the Jags and the Bills? Joe, thank you. I don't think we'll be able to start. Oh, a little swing pass and a first down. That was bad defense, Green Bay. I try my best. EDV, thank you. You're too kind. You're too kind. 1st and 10. Another handoff. They want to run this ball. Oh my gosh. Got like 9 yards there. Swift. Oh my god. We got another football game going on. Thank you, Smoo. This is going to be a great game. I see it in my bones. I don't know if it will play how you want it to, but it'll be a great game. What's going on, Carlos? Oh, we got some trickery already. Is he looking to throw it? He's looking to throw it. But he got the first down with his legs. They are obsessed with the trickery. So who are you picking, JCT? I didn't see if you answered. He had him. I mean, listen, that would be a heck of a throw to make. It was a good idea to not throw it. This is 4-down territory. 3rd and inches. And a handoff, and he gets it. Takes it to the 25-yard line. Oh, man, this Bears team is really celebrating after every single play. Every single play. So you're confident about the other games? Who do you got for the Chargers and the Patriots? Yeah, that was a crazy game. A lot of people were not expecting that game to be like that. Oh, that was a run that got blown up. Wow. Now that was some defense. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate it. And Bari. Woo! He blew that up right away. He's lucky he held on to the ball there. 2nd and 14. This drive has already been 10 plays, 40 yards, 4 minutes. Another handoff. They want to run the ball. They want to run. That went for 2 yards. 3rd and 11 now. Chargers Patriots is a toss-up for me. I feel like the Chargers win because New England didn't face much competition. Interesting. Yeah, this defense already hands on their hips. It's because, again, it's just run. But now this would be a big stop here. Force a field goal. 3rd and 12. Wow. What was he doing on defense? Let me look at this again. Scott, thank you so much. Thank you for the call out this week. I think it takes Eagles 5 quarters, but likely advance. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I referenced you when I said when we were having our back and forth. I always appreciate the back and forth, especially when it can still lead to continued conversation. But I really appreciate the super chat. 14 plays, 60 yards, 7. It's going to end up being an 8-minute drive at least. 3rd and 5. I appreciate when people aren't stupid, and you were never dumb. I appreciate that, although I think you did pretty much call me dumb in that in that conversation. Oh! That is to no one. 4th and 5. What are they going to do here? They kicking a field goal? It looks it. Yeah, he's jogging off. All right, keep him out of the red zone. It's important, but that was a heck of an opening drive. That was an 8-minute drive. Oh, it's windy. We see the flag. Hey, Juggernaut. How you doing? Yeah, you just never know how aggressive they're going to be. But I agree. 4th and 5, too. Oh! 3-0, baby. 3-0. Julian, if the Bills lose, I may get roasted in the comments. Buddy, if the Bills lose, I'm getting roasted nonstop. I don't think so, Mr. Scott. No run. Joe. Joe, again, Joe Lord, his name is very fitting. He refuses to give up his throne. Didn't know that. Thanks for the stat. Hey, Julian, are you doing a live for the Eagles game? I believe so, yes. If the Bears struggle like they have at times in the passing game, they won't come away with the win. The Packers can strike with chunk plays. So I'm just really interested to see also how Jordan Love looks right now. That's what I'm really interested to see. I mean, he hasn't played in a few weeks. And I'm also how prolific can the run game be? The run game has been non-existent for the Packers. It's been Malik Willis. I want to see what the comments are on my other the video that I just posted. Stafford sure played like an MVP. Oh my God, this guy is the one who called me a parasite. Sure, buddy. Thank you again, Scott. Thank you so much. Jordan Love, I think, will throw a pick today, but he has Reed, Dobbs, Watson. They'll spread the defense out. Just joined back. What I miss? What did you miss? Nothing so far. The score is 3-0. Chicago Bears. The football gods will show the way. Bears for the win. It was a huge drive, though. 8-minute drive. Oh, a flag already. They're celebrating. This Bears team is celebrating after everything. What's the flag? A hold on a kickoff return that went nowhere. That is bad so far. That is bad football. The Lamar fans and Mahomes fans for sure. I don't know how much the Jalen fans are. All right, let's see. First snap for Jordan Love since he got knocked out of the game against the literal Chicago Bears. And a handoff. Oh, a nice little run. 11, 12 yards. Bro, get off him. These guys have been fighting. They were fighting before the game started. Did you guys see that? They started fighting each other in the before the game. He was dancing. He was dancing. Well, the run game for the Bears was great on the opening drive. Packers got to answer. I thought the Packers and Bears love each other. Oh, was that a drop? Let me see that. Oh, they didn't show us the replay. 2nd and 10. Yeah, well, it's a scene right now in Chicago for sure. They are fired up for this game. First, just shy of the first down. 3rd and 1.5. Nice little throw. What you need to do, Samuel, is pause your game so you can catch up, so you can be on the same as everyone else. You just pause it for a few seconds. Joe Lord, thank you so much, buddy. You're out of this world right now, man. You seriously. I owe you like everything at this point. Oh boy, Jordan Love, letting it rip. Oh, big time throw! Woo! That was a throw. Caleb already hanging his head, chewing his nails. I mean, this is what Jordan Love brings that Malik Willis is just not going to bring necessarily. At this point of their career, that is. Oh, Jacobs! That could have been like a 2-yard loss that he took for a 9-yard gain. Do you know how many videos I've watched? Listen, man, just you watching the videos is supporting me. Watching, commenting, all of that, that helps me out. That's like everything. But again, just you doing the super chats alone, like all I can is express my gratitude, and it's like the words really don't do it justice, honestly. I wish there was like stronger words to use. I really do. They're doing it, Suave. And Josh Jacobs is fighting for these yards. We got ourselves a game, boys. Scott, as a 49ers fan, who do you want to win this game, the Packers or the Bears? I try not to scream. Do people scream a lot? This was a fast quarter. Oh, Jacobs with the body. Samuel, thank you so much. You want that rematch with Seattle. So then you would need the Bears to win. Or just wait into the NFC Championship game, potentially. Samuel, though, thank you so much. That is really, really kind of you. The super chats are just out of control. Honestly. A little screen pass. Ooh. That got like 2 yards, 3 yards. What'd they give him? 3 yards? 3rd and 2. And now we're in the 4-down territory. But you better just kick a field goal here and tie the game up if you're not going to get the first down. Just kick the field goal, make it equal, and be okay about it. Third and 2. You going to hand the ball off here? Muscle your way through? He does not. A little play action. And a touchdown! Wow. I'm 2 plays behind. I don't know what to do. Again, this is just Amazon. Like, I am as live as I can get. Yeah, there's just nothing else I could do. I've talked to my Lamar fans, and I know that they expect equal treatment to players if they haven't won. Wait, I've talked to my Lamar fans, and I know that they expect equal treatment to players if they haven't won. What do you mean? Yeah, I never understood the Lamar fans hating Josh as a diehard Josh fan. I know why they don't like each other. Unfortunately, I think it goes beyond football. Thank you, Joe. You guys. Someone's hurt now. I don't see who it is for the Bears. I just saw that someone went down. Yeah, what does the purple crowd mean? It means that if you're leaving a lot of comments, I actually don't know. It's not super chat related, I don't think. Did it look like a big hit? I couldn't see. Does it look like he'll be okay and he's just shaken up? Or is it like, oh man, he's definitely not playing the rest of this game? I didn't see what happened. Oh, yeah, see, he's okay. Unless it's a concussion protocol thing, then I don't know. Looks like he just had the wind get knocked out of him. But they are walking next to him, holding his body, which makes me feel that it might be a little concussion-y. He's got his grill in. These guys. You lost your crown? I'm sorry, man. Oh, did that go in? That went in. The field goal was good. I will never understand wearing that stuff when you're playing. I 100% agree. Wearing necklaces, first off, I can't believe the NFL allows it. How is it not just any professional sports? How is it just not a blanket rule that you can't wear anything? No earrings, no necklaces, like nothing. It's just a blanket rule. Guys, you can't wear jewelry. That's it. You can't wear it. Like I do not get it. I don't like wearing anything. Nothing on my wrist, my neck. I need it. None of it. I do remember at the time, wasn't T.O. one of the guys, he had like a gold mouth guard. It was like a grill, but like a mouth guard. I remember wanting that. I was like, I want that. I was like, that's cool. Did we get 50 viewers last time for the Panthers-Rams game? I used to wear this one watch that was it was not real, but and I bought it like in well, I did, it was my brother's. But I oh my God, Scott, take these. These kids are all great quarterbacks, but none of them would be playing without the O line. So let's pass O line more and QB less. Yeah, offensive line matters, and the offensive coaching. I can't argue there. Well, the Bears O line is top in the NFL. It's like second or third ranked. But thank you again for the super chat. Seriously. I forgot what I was saying. Did they kick off yet? I don't remember now. I don't know if the crown can just be comments, because I don't think Scott has left the most comments now. He's only been here for this. Oh, because it's different. It's a different broadcast now. It's a different video thing now. The Eagles did not have a top O line this year. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Lamar. A lot of Lamar fans are not Jalen fans. A lot of Lamar fans are just Lamar fans. I don't know if I see a lot of overlap. And running the ball again. They want to run. Let me see this. I want to see this breakdown right now. I'm going to go on ESPN. I want to see the box score for this. Seven passes, 9 carries. Second and 6 at the 34. Another handoff as the Bears are showing that they just want to continue to run. It's because they don't trust Caleb Williams. It's a joke. That's a joke. Also, I see you like, yes, that's true. Remember that we agree on that? Oh, hello, David. How are you, buddy? Also, I see you like, yes, that's true. Remember that we agree on that. Wait, are you talking to me, Dave? Third and 5. Oh, flushed out of the pocket. Caleb Williams making a throw. Ooh, that was a nice throw and catch, but short of the first down. That was impressive, but are they going for it? He's in this call sheet. Where are they on the field? It'll be 4th and 2. They're not going for it. Get out of here. That would be the worst play call ever. I mean it in a good way. I mean to say, like, when you make a point we agree on, you note it so we can use the logic later. I try my best. Hold on, I got to see if they're going for it right now. They're not going for it. They didn't jump. I didn't even realize that it was also winding down to the first quarter. It's hard to pay attention to those nuances when I'm trying to also read comments and make sense of what they're saying to me. Here's the issue that some have with Jalen. With Jalen, there's a feeling from some that Lamar and even Mahomes fans that he doesn't pass the carry test. Yeah. Those guys, those views have been fun. Also, I see you like, yes, that's true. Remember that we agree on that. Dave, did you watch the Rams-Panthers game? It's for sure hard, no question. It's for sure hard. You're doing well, and I'm learning too, to be more clear. I appreciate it. Truly. That was a crazy game. I assume you were rooting for the Panthers. Oh my God, they keep showing us these Beast games, and it's so annoying, and it's all over social media. And guys, I can't emphasize enough, I do not care. Please stop showing me the things I do not care. Do not care. I do not care. I do not care. Stop showing me Sean McVay. Stop showing me the Beast. Stop showing me Taylor, unless it's a new song. Purdy gets a lot of that too, where people feel they lean more towards carry team. I just wonder how many quarterbacks are real. I mean, what about Bryce Young? He was carrying the Panthers here, and it wasn't enough. Ooh, what type of ice cream are you getting them? Are you going to like a regular ice cream place, or is it going to be like a fancy bougie one where it's like salted caramel fudge macchiato? I assume it's fancy because it's San Francisco. So I just can't see it just being like chocolate. Why would you not get Rams content this week? You got Rams content last week. Joe, thank you so much. Jordan Love is looking great for that short time that he had the ball. They scored real quick. If you're wondering, it's when you said yes. O-lines matter. So does coaching. I saw you meant to reinforce that later. Hates. Hats all. I didn't mean. Oh, I didn't think you were calling me out. You're good. Oh, that's good. Oh, they're going for it on 4th and 2. Caleb Williams lets it rip to a wide open player. Quick, nice throw, though. To Moore. That was a big 4th down. Oh, no. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it. Yeah, he did find the seam. Oh, yeah. Miscommunication. Oh, my gosh. That was bad communication on defense. That's how you get that wide open, man. And now a nice run. Ooh, got swallowed up. That was to go for it on 4th down. And if you didn't get the miscommunication, I don't know how it would have worked out for you. He does throw up. He does whip that ball, Caleb. He lets it rip. He pierces through the cold. 2nd and 7. Oh, that was an interesting little play call. And then a little slip and slide. Thank you, Samuel. If Bears win, Jules has to get the Caleb nails. I cannot do that. My niece painted my nails one time. I let her do it, and I was not a fan. The smell of it was driving me insane. We had dinner, and I was going to eat, and I couldn't do it because it was like every time I put the fork to my mouth, it was just, I could smell it. I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. She was so upset because she went to soccer practice, and then I took it off. She was like, why did you remove it? And I was like, I love you. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I tried my best. Whoa. Big stop. 4th down again now. I'm an amazing uncle. I don't mean to brag, but you know how they always have like #1 uncle, world's best dad? Like, I literally embody that. just so you know. They are aggressive. 4th and 6. Well, I guess they're in no man's land here, right? Probably not kicking a field goal here. Although, I don't know. They're setting up to make it look like 4th and 5. Nope, they're going for it. No pressure on Caleb. Oh, and an interception, but that hurts you. Drop the ball. Drop the ball. That was a bad one. Wow, KJ. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. You want me to buy a Rams jersey or a better headset? You mean like headphones, or you don't like my mic setup? That's what I'm saying. I learned from Uncle Buck. I learned from the best. Yeah, but it was 4th down. Well, first off, I don't know what Caleb was throwing to. That was just a bad throw. But also, like we can say, oh, it was 4th down, so he was just kind of letting it rip. But like, no, that wasn't one of those. I just kind of like that was just a bad throw. Like that was bad. Both headset and mic set could be upgraded. I like my mic. I do want to get all new stuff. Buddy, I don't know if I can get a Rams jersey. Can I get a Sean McVay shirt that says, I believe in McVay? I wish I got drafted by the Rams. The Uncle Buck hats? I'm trying to think what hat it is. I can see it, but I can't, like, place it right now. I love when he's making the gigantic pancakes, and Macaulay Culkin is, like, blown away by what he's doing. But seriously, I really appreciate it, KJ. I will not get a Puka jersey. I'll happily get a Matthew Stafford jersey, but he's going to be retiring, so it's not going to last long. I used to really like Puka until his antics started getting a little crazy. You know what I really want? All those hats that they all wear now. They're awesome. Like, everyone has it, but it's obviously for their own each individual team. I like those hats. And every single team, no matter what their colors are, all got, like, really cool hats. You say that, but I don't know. Hold on, I want to point this. Hold on, I want to see this replay of this interception. Let's see here. Yeah, what's he throwing? Oh, I see. Oh, he has the underneath throw for sure. That was just terrible all around. It worked out for them. I get why the defender doesn't want to drop it because that's a playoff interception. It's like, I want that, but like, you lost like, what was that? Like a 30-yard loss because of that? What is Caleb cursing about and screaming about? That is bizarre, Caleb. Buddy, what are you doing? As someone who defends Caleb all the time, I rip Lamar Jackson for the same thing. Like, that is not what you do in games, especially playoff games. Oh, Josh Jacobs. Oh! This is why I was so excited for this Packers-Bears game. Because these guys care so much. They care so much. They are so fired up. Miscommunication on the wide. No, it's not. The broadcast pointed it out that it was just he made the wrong decision and the wrong throw. Like, it was on Caleb. I mean, listen, I'd have to look at the play a couple more times, but I'm just trusting Kirky Kurt. Jordan Love. It was clearly not a fumble. Defender is really hurt. I can't see what number it was. 33 or 30? I can't see. Oh, he's hurt for sure. Oh, yeah. I don't know who it is, but that's looks like a real injury. And it was an intentional grounding. It was close enough to the receiver. Hold on, though. Who got hurt? Joe Lord. Joe Lord. With Joe Lord, I'm going to be able to get a football jersey for every single team, a new mic setup, new computer. Next broadcast, I got an idea. Well, it can't be for tomorrow because I won't be able to do it in time, but next weekend. I got an idea to hopefully be able to express my gratitude more. Don't get too excited because I'm still limited by the things that I'll be able to do. But I can't just keep saying, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I appreciate it," because that just feels so generic and so not enough. You should live stream the national championship game. When is that on? Do you know? Next week? Next Monday? Or when is that game? I honestly don't know. No, it can't be Monday. Well, there's no more Monday playoff games. This Monday is the last one. Now he's supportive. Can you guys see each other's super chats? Oh, so it is right. So it's Monday the 19th. So that's why it would be on Monday, because there's no more Monday. What's it called? I didn't know if this chats were private, because when I've watched other people's live streams, they have to like highlight the super chats. I've only watched a couple other people's live streams, and they have to like highlight the super chats. I do not hate Stafford. How do you think Stafford played in this game? Be honest, be real. Oh, see, I knew he was really hurt. I could just tell the way. Oh yeah, and he's in a cast and everything. He tore his ACL, meniscus, or something. That's such a bummer. I don't even want to listen to it. I hate looking and watching when people get injured. I try not to think about it. It's TJ Edwards. In the beginning of the playoff game. You think he played a C+? I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. See? That was a good, honest answer. There you go. I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. That flawless game-winning drive, you mean the flawless catching and play calling? Now, he executed it well. He obviously deserves some credit. But I don't know, that Carolina defense was pretty suspect. His leg just gave out. All right. Someone has a devastating injury, and it's like, all right, next man up, let's go. Oh, that's what I always hate. Jordan Love has got the time. He's running. He's letting it loose. Wow, nice throw on the run. Oh. Green Bay came to play. This is why the Bears offense has to be great, because this Bears defense is not it right now, and this offense is different with Jordan Love than with Malik Willis. To Matthew Golden. He was supposed to be Rookie of the Year. That didn't happen. That's what Stafford said? Golden never did that when he was in my fantasy lineup. I don't know, man. That's how it always works. Oh, my God. Pats all the way. That's tomorrow. First and 10 at the 31. Jordan Love under center. Hands the ball off to Josh Jacobs, who should have lost a yard, but got 3 yards, 2 yards, 3 yards. They're giving him 3. Josh Jacobs looks healthy, fierce. Oh, it wasn't Josh Jacobs. I lied. I apologize. It was Wilson. Saquon Barkley. I'm just going to start just saying anyone's names. Derrick Henry, run up the middle as Brett Favre hands the ball off. Oh, Jordan Love just got crushed in the head. Wow. His shoulder pad through his jersey practically. Jordan Love, what are you doing? Let me see this again. And how is this not a helmet to helmet then? I mean, if that one play was a penalty that we talked about before, that should have been a penalty. The one that was called against the Rams. I know he was a runner, but it was still, now it was delay of game. I was just about to say, that's on Matt LaFleur. That's on Matt LaFleur not calling a timeout. But he did call the timeout, so okay. You saved it, Matt LaFleur. You saved it. We got a runner. I do know that, but I can't think what that's from. We got a runner. We got a runner. You're going to make me think what that's from now the whole time. Is that Fargo? That's not Fargo, is it? We're the Millers? That's not what I was thinking about either. Ooh! Nice throw, nice catch. That's a late hit. That's a late. He pulled him down. That would be a hit, but I guess technically it would be considered a hit. Playing it out of bounds. Jordan Love throws a beautiful ball, guys. I will tell you that. It is buttery smooth. That was a nice catch, too. Oh, and when he just gets in the car and just drives away? When she's trying to find out about the cars missing on the lot or whatever? Yeah, I think Jordan Love is a really good quarterback. Listen, all these younger quarterbacks, it's hard to really know truly how special they are because I don't know, it just takes time. And I think in this day and age when you're also not a runner, it's just harder to really evaluate them. But Jordan Love, he throws a nice. I mean, he is a good quarterback. But I just think I don't know, I think it's tough to evaluate these quarterbacks when they're not like next level. That went nowhere. I don't agree with your police chief there. What does she say? I don't know if I agree with your police work there. Oh, geez. Oh, no. I'm pretty biased about Jordan Love. I mean, Colin said that Caleb and Jordan Love are game changers. And Jalen Hurts is just a game planner or something. 3rd and 9. Jordan Love at the 18. Look at that throw. That is a more difficult throw than you realize. That is a really beautiful, soft touch, layered throw. I mean, that is a beautiful pass, man. So here's what I'll also say about Jordan Love. And this is what I'll say. That's something that Caleb is struggling with, JJ McCarthy are struggling with. Tom Brady talks about this all the time, how you have like the different balls. You have your fastball, your curveball, your changeup, all of that. And it's like Jordan Love is really good at going through those, where some of these other younger quarterbacks, they're just letting it rip like every single time. And it's like you gotta throw different balls at different times. So Jordan Love is just he's just a beautiful passer. And that was a perfect example of how. Again, I'm not going to act like that was like the most difficult throw under the sun here, but it's just a beautiful ball. Well, I was about to say, when the man has time in the pocket. And so that's the thing. To Joe Lord's point, is he a good quarterback or not? Right. If he doesn't have a lot of time in the pocket, then Jordan Love is going to struggle a lot more, like any quarterback will. But that is where the Josh Allens, the Mahomeses, and whatnot can separate themselves. But as we've consistently seen, even those quarterbacks still need time in the pocket. So it's just like, I don't know, man. I mean, Bryce Young had no time in the pocket today. That's why I was so impressed with Bryce Young. I was more impressed with Bryce Young than I ever have been. Oh, believe me, I'm not counting anyone out. We were already packing up the Panthers game. We were like, oh, game's going to be over. I was like, we thought the game was going to be 35-7. And people said that it was, when I made that joke, they were like, 7 seems a little rich. And I was like, then they got to 7, and I was like, nope, they at least got to 7. So this is the playoffs. And this is what I said about this game, why it could be great, or why I'm excited for it at least, is that I know the Packers are so banged up, but if they were down right now 14-3, it would be a lot easier for them if they were playing the Eagles, for instance, to pack it up and say, all right, we're done, this is over. But since it's the Bears, they're like, no way. And the Bears are under the same thing. But watching Caleb scream and curse and get mad on the sideline, if you're a Bears fan, that should make you a little uncomfortable, I'll be honest with you. That's without a shadow of a doubt my favorite quality in Jalen Hurts. And Bryce Young has that. Bryce Young has that in a different way. Bryce Young also, he's like a lot more lighthearted and a little bit more like chill. Jalen Hurts is a lot more stoic. But like not many other quarterbacks really have that. Not Mahomes, not Allen, not Lamar. Obviously they're not all screaming either. Jane Daniels got it too, for sure. That's a good call. I like that about Jaden. I forgot about Jaden because the guy hasn't played in a year. Tom Brady, different era. If I don't find out he was yelling, I don't know what that was. Even if he yelled that to himself, it doesn't make sense. And even if he was mad at another player, that's not the time to do it. That's the thing. And guess what? He's not great enough to yell at any one player in that moment either. In the first playoff game for the Chicago Bears wild card round, like it's just not what you do. Even if he was completely right and the other player was wrong, he is not in that position to be yelling like that at all. Whoa, changing directions, gets to the 27, 28. Bo Nix smiles on the sideline like a psychopath. Bo Nix is a little... I feel like he's definitely a little different. You talk to him and you'd be like, you're a little quirky, aren't you? You're a little weird, right? And he'd be like, yes, sir, I am. I'll be like, I like it. I like it. Some feel that yelling at players shows good leadership. I know. People always try to act like that. That drives me nuts. Whoa, scrambling, Caleb. All right. Yeah, I don't think that was good leadership in that moment. That's why I don't like when Lamar does it. When Lamar did it even against the Steelers, but in the AFC Championship game against the Bills and the Chiefs, like every time he throws turn the ball over, he like slams his hand on the ground or he like slams his helmet, and it's like you can't do that. You were the most important person on your team. Everybody is looking to you to see how are we supposed to feel in this moment. If you're like it's all good, no worries, then everyone else feels like, hey, we're still good. If you see your quarterback reacting that way, now the defense is uncomfortable, the receivers are on, like the coaching staff, everyone gets more uncomfortable. And there is a little bit of a difference. Even like a Tom Brady, like there's some other people that are maybe yelling, and that's because they're actually directing the players to be where they need to be. And if Tom Brady's like, you're supposed to be here, well, then you know that he was 100% supposed to be here. So it's like, it's different. But if you're not at that level, then I don't want to hear it. Oh, fumble! Oh, they returned it. He got it. He recovered it. He got it. Oh, my God. Oh, that was a straight up hit. Wow. Let's see this. He got it. It was definitely a catch. Although, would they have done the whole song and dance of that not being a catch? Yeah, see, look, now they're doing it. He's throwing a challenge flag right now. I don't know. Was it that third move, that football move? So the Bears came to celebrate. The Packers came to play. Part of it doesn't feel right with this game. Like something does feel off. Like the Bears playing with too much emotion. Yes, Moo, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. They came out and after every single play, they were going nuts, which I get it. I want to see the energy and all that, but to me, it felt too much. Like I want to see you focused. I want to see you engaged, but it was almost like, it was like fake it till you make it type thing. Was that a catch? So he catches it, the football move. Actually, I don't know. He's kind of cradling it, securing it. Wait, so did they call that an incomplete pass and it was just sped up? Or no, the challenge was a complete? I missed it now. Now I'm all confused, honestly. Was it an expedited review? I don't remember now where the fumble took place, where the catch was. So I think it was an incomplete, right? They're not going for this. This would be the dumbest, most desperate thing ever. I understand you're upset. I understand you want to regain some momentum. If you don't get this, the score is guaranteed to be at least 17-3. If they actually go for this, Ben Johnson deserves a lot of criticism. I don't care if it works. See? This is what Ben Johnson actually does in the playoffs. He did this with the Detroit Lions as well. Ben Johnson absolutely positively deserves criticism here. I understand it's 14-3 and you don't want to punt it. I get it. I really do. The way how the Packers defense has been playing, I do. But this is just not the way you go. Your team is unsettled right now. Your offense isn't looking good right now. It's just not the time. Wow. Aren't those already voted for? Well, and that's why I quickly said no matter what. I tried to get my take out before because I was like, I don't care about the outcome. I just disagree with this wholeheartedly. It's just, like I get it. But the whole thing is where people are concerned when they're like, oh, well, oh my God, another Bears defender's down. But so that's the thing. I understand the whole idea of like, well, we got to put up points because our defense isn't good right now. And I get that. But also, you're making it harder for your defense because now you're like, we're already putting you in field goal. You're already getting the ball at the 30. Where if we punt it, we're like, yes, our defense is struggling, but you still have to go like 90 yards. Caleb is out there cursing again, being angry. Well, now I feel bad because the Bears, is this their third injured player right now? Hey, don't say that yet. There's still a literally entire second half. Yeah, there were 2 bad snaps already. That's what I'm saying. Your team is not settled right now. Everything has looked disconnected on offense. So going for it on 4th down at your own 30, you got to be able. That's something that a lot of coaches do so badly. They have to be able to read their players. Listen, sometimes maybe going for it on 4th down, I get it, but you have to be able to read how the game is unfolding, how your players are playing in that moment. A lot of it is just reading, how do I feel? It's not the analytics. It's nothing to do with that. It's how do I feel about the team itself right now, the players that are running the plays. And again, maybe in that moment, that's when you want to run some trickery because you're really confident in that play. Can I block the what? I can't see what that is a picture of. Was someone trolling? I didn't see who trolled. Oh, I didn't even see. I miss a lot of that sometimes. Megatron. That's a good name. The real question is it football or is it Transformers? What up, bro? Can you shout out my friend? Oh, how dumb do you think I am? Jordan Love, hand the ball off. Josh Jacobs takes it just shy of the 1st down. We'll donate more super chats so you can get a professional serum. But what would that entail though? Having like fancy lights in the background and like a mic that you guys can see. And I can like hit buttons that like things pop up. Oh, what a big stop. Well, that was probably... They're going to go for it now, too? Just kick the field goal, man. Go up 17-3. You have all the momentum. You have all the momentum. 4th down conversion probability, 69%. Recommended toss-up. 4th and 1. Let me see where it is. Oh, my goodness. Just kick the field goal. Go up 17-3. Oh, my God. I lied. That's why you go for it on 4th down. Oh, my gosh. What just happened was that? I thought he was running out of bounds. I started to already look at the chat. And then he broke the plane, but then also fumbled, which still would have been a touchdown. But then they still recovered it. Regardless, he broke the plane, I believe. And even if he didn't, what just happened? Oh, before? So it's not a touchdown because he fumbled it before he broke the plane. I got to see this again. I thought he was just going to go out of bounds at that point. So I started to look away to start reading the comments. He jumps. He fumbles the ball before. The Bears could have recovered that. That is insane. That is insane. Because this jump was insane. And it just, his helmet hit his forearm. Wow. Wow. That was almost the most amazing thing to the most awful thing to the most amazing thing to now, that was pretty crazy. That was bad play. What the heck was that? Guys, Why would you not just run the ball here? The O-line, what? They wanted the line of scrimmage. Look at this. They won right off the bat. Almost got an interception here. Sometimes you just got to trust your line of scrimmage and your beast of a Josh Jacobs. Oh, I forgot I was just making up players. Derrick Henry, just hand the ball off to Derrick Henry. Or Saquon. I mean, Jordan Love's hand got stuck. How did they go from some beautiful play calling and beautiful decision making to whatever this was? Like, I don't even understand what this is right now. Yeah, but because it was, you can't, since it was fumbled before on fourth down, you can't recover the fumble on forward. You can't like gain yards on a fumble. I love that. Went from 007 to Austin Powers in 2 plays. That's a good line. Did you make that up yourself? I am ready for that Buffalo game. I'm going to make all my food ahead of time, so I'm ready to go. Well, that's because it's only on fourth down, I think. I don't know, man. They're always changing the rules. The broadcast teams half the time don't even know the rules. Chris Collinsworth was literally asking, I remember I think, was it the Packers Steelers game? He was literally asking the TV ref questions. And I'm like, this is Chris Collinsworth. This guy knows more football than any of us will ever know. And yet he's literally confused about some of the rules. So it's like, I'm like, all right, if Chris Collinsworth is allowed to be confused, I'm allowed. Greg Olsen, all these guys, they always admit, they're like, is that what the rule is? You can't do that? And I'm like, all right, if they don't know, I don't know, man. I saw Justin Herbert arguing with the ref one time. I forget what it was, but he was arguing, that's not a touchdown. Now it's going to be 4th and inches at the goal line. That's such a good line. I don't need to steal it. It informs me as to how to craft future lines like that. That's a great line too, Dave. It's like, that is such a great line. Like, I can actually use that structure and copy it. I know it is. They went from 007 to Austin Powers. That is a great line. That's why. But you're right. It's definitely not a touchdown. Why did the fumble recovery go back to where the fumble was? Because you can't progress on a fumble. On a fumble on fourth down, if you fumble the ball at the 10-yard line and recover it at the 5-yard line, it goes back to the 10-yard line. Thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate it so much. I will see you tomorrow. Seriously, thank you for everything today. Only on fourth down, though. The Bears, you're saying? For a run more? Sometimes those types of players are plays that you know, but then you just forget. And then in the moment, you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. The Bears were running a ton. They wanted to run, but now they're down, and now I think they feel pressed more. Why do I think Josh Allen gets so much hate from people on TV? I think it depends. I think some of it is for, I'll say, for reasons that shouldn't be. Like, there's ulterior motives. And then I think it's also this whole idea that people just want to pretend that when you win, that you just like have to find a way to win. Like Bryce Young in this game, for instance, was awesome, and they lost. But like we still try to create scenarios where it's like, if you're good enough, you find a way to win, and that's what they try to they try to lump Josh Allen's playoff losses on him, like he needs to be better, and it's just not true. Did you hear about Ryan Clark take on J17? Well, what did he say? As soon as he starts talking about that stuff, I pretty much ignore it. Well, the whole find a way to win. Like, I can use that word sometimes too, but usually it's about like the team in terms of like you got to find a way through this or something, or like I'm trying to think of when I would use it, when I would believe it. But the whole, Josh Allen needs to find a way to, like, right now, Josh Allen needs to find a way to win, and it's just like it's not up to Josh. It's not on Josh Allen. Wow, 4th and inches, and you ask Jordan Love to throw the ball, and he ends up throwing to a wide open Dobbs. This is why these guys make a lot more money than I do. That's why they're a coach and I'm not. This is crazy, though. This is why you don't go for it on 4th down. Man in motion. Ooh, I like that play. Oh yeah, beautiful. That's a that's a Matt LaFleur special right there. That was a beautiful play design. That is beautiful. Yeah, that motion was nice. And then he kind of went up in the middle. Created the miscommunication. So now it's 21-3. And the Bears get the ball back. The Bears get the ball at half. He's seen Mahomes do that? Yeah, okay. Mahomes has never won with a team as bad as Josh Allen or Justin Herbert. The Packers get the ball at half? They are. I see that. They're showing all the Bears fans. At least we don't have to see Sean McVay again and again and again. Listen, we're obviously seeing Ben Johnson and Matt LaFleur, but we are not seeing them anywhere close. Think about how much time we saw Carolina Panthers fans. We never saw Carolina Panthers fans at all. I do feel bad for... Oh my God, I already blocked him. It's actually not as bad as it used to be. I don't know if it's because I do it this way, but when I live stream the other way, in the horizontal way, the spam's like endless. It's like endless. I want to ask you guys, since we got a lot, do you guys like the vertical stream? I always ask, the vertical stream or the horizontal stream? The more where it's just like the reels, or do you like it this way? Or the other way, where it's like a regular YouTube video? The Bears still have, they got a minute 56. It's a minute 56. And you're right, the Bears did start with the ball because they had like the 9-minute first drive where they just ran. So I'm curious, why do you guys like vertical more? You vote horizontal, but don't mind vertical. Either is fine. Vertical is definitely easier because I just use my phone and I don't have to use my computer that has no business live streaming. And then I also watch the game on my computer. I'd have to bring in my other really old laptop to then watch the game. So it's definitely a lot easier. Well, the offense is what needs to elevate here. Oh! Nice catch, nice throw. Caleb Williams does throw those passes in the middle of the field. He pretty, really awesome. Yeah, him and Loveland have a great connection. Chat is easier with vertical. Interesting. I can see that. Oh, he just got him. Oh my gosh. Wow, that was almost a fumble because he was going to hit his arm too soon. I can't believe he got that throw off. That was I can't believe he got that throw off. I want to see that again. And then who was he throwing to where it was almost intercepted? Mello, how you doing? How'd you like that Panthers game? Panthers-Rams game. Let's see. Oh, that's what made that throw extra bad. He had the guy. Caleb is not getting benched next year. But this is great defense right now by the by the Green Bay Packers. Oh, I missed the I agree part with EDV. Ryan Clark says everyone not named Mahomes and Hurts that QBs have to stop making excuses and find a way. Isn't it funny, though, that Jalen Hurts gets to be part of that party? Like, he had won a Super Bowl, so now the pressure is literally on all these other quarterbacks, and Jalen Hurts is like, I won the Super Bowl. Oh, is he okay? That was a weird slide. His cleats, his spikes got caught. Dude, I'm so bummed about Tucker Kraft. One, because I don't want to see anyone get hurt. But two, all last season I was saying Tucker Kraft needs to be Kelsey for Jordan Love. And I kept saying it. And then during the offseason, I was like, they did not use Tucker Kraft enough. It needs to be the thing. You guys need to stop with all this other nonsense. Tucker Kraft. Now he's ascending, and everyone suddenly starts talking about Tucker Kraft. And I was like, I told you guys. And then he gets injured. And it was just like, ugh, are you serious? But see, that's too binary. No quarterback can win regardless. No, I agree. You know I agree. I wonder what he will do. Another fourth down. Yeah, well, now it's... Well, where... I don't even know where they're at the field right now. You don't think Ben wants to see what he can do with Tyson Bagent? You know... I think it's hard at this point to know. The Lions entered the chat. It's perfect example. Because we saw Ben Johnson with Jared Goff. And you can see some of the limitations when you don't have a mobile quarterback. But you can see what happens when you don't have a super accurate, quick decision quarterback either. So it's like, I think Ben Johnson ultimately wants a better version of Caleb Williams. Not that Caleb Williams is not good enough, but he wants someone whose main superpower is accuracy, not mobility, not off script stuff. Ben Johnson wants someone who he wants Brock Purdy is who he wants. That is truly what a Ben Johnson wants. He wants a Brock Purdy. I can't stress enough that Mahomes proved your point last year when he was still Mahomes would simply can't fight a defensive line on his own. Too much pressure for anyone. Yeah. Well, the Eagles made sure to let everyone know. Guys, that really was one of the best games ever in the history of the NFL, right? That Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl. Will we ever have a game like that again? It seems like Ben Johnson doesn't like Caleb. I think they like each other. They're not in love with each other. They're in like with each other. I like you. I don't like you. But the problem is sometimes people take those types of comments to like mean that like there's a rift or they really don't like each other or that Ben Johnson wants someone else. But I just do think at the heart of it, Ben Johnson, you know, there's things that he really wants and needs Caleb to be better at. The only reason why Patrick Mahomes is overrated because people inflate who he is as a quarterback to such obscene levels. Like, that's why I'd say that Mahomes is overrated because what they say about him is so inflated. Bye, Hammy. This game is a big deal. It's the wine mixer, and the Bears are hibernating. Yeah, I mean, they had a great first drive. They were able to run, and it was obvious that they wanted to run. And then you have a couple bad fourth down calls. A couple missed throws by Caleb. Bad defense. I mean, wait, where are they at the field right now? How many timeouts does the Packers have? One, I think, right? Yeah, they're not in like field goal range. But there's 32 seconds left. No timeouts. 32 seconds left. You're probably not going to be too aggressive here, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. Oh, checking it down. Wow. Wow. That's as good as you can get. A pretty easy play. I don't even know if that would be considered a check down if that was just designed as is. I see a lot of the GOAT Mahomes haters. Oh, there he goes. To be fair, Mahomes, he's done great with such mediocre coaching staff and mid-talent personnel. Okay, I was like, wait a second, what? Do you know Mahomes fans want Andy Reid fired? They say he has to go. It's like, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Hello, misters. Jordan Love. Oh, he's letting it loose. Oh, that was a deep ball. I'm not a Mahomes fan either, but you can't deny the talent. Oh, no, definitely no deny the talent. Mahomes is an unbelievable quarterback. Mahomes is like mind-numbingly awesome. Isn't that funny how I blamed Ben Johnson multiple times throughout the broadcast about throughout this game? Isn't it funny how people pretend like they know my takes? The vast majority of people were not celebrating, but I agree. There were some people that for sure were. And I don't take those people seriously because I think they're just being crazy online for being crazy online. It's like when people say really mean things online, like the really, really negative stuff that we wish just did not exist in this world. I think many of them are just saying those things just to be like, because you know you're not supposed to. And so I think like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, I take those things less seriously. I knew it was going to be a close game with the Panthers-Rams. That was a great game. That honestly was. So far, it's more competitive than this game. 10 seconds left. Jordan Love. No. They're not in field goal range, though, are they? What is it going to be, like a 60-yarder? Where are they? Panthers just gave everyone fits this year. I think that was really... Bryce Young impressed me so much. That's really my biggest take. Bills fans to Lamar, and that was sick. Bills fans threw beer bottles at Derrick Henry. I didn't see that. Oh, they are in field goal range. I thought they were farther back. I don't know why. No. Whoa, 2 seconds left. I mean, that was a lot closer than it needed to be. So that's the problem when you say something like that, though, with Bills fans, because I feel like it kind of lumps everyone together. Obviously, I know you're not doing that on purpose, but like, you know, you start to see, you start to just make these, you know, broad conversations about people. That's why the comment section with those types of comments, I always, you know, try to manage. Oh, he drilled it. It would have been good. Laugh out. Imagine if the best QB won every time, no matter what. Josh Allen just literally always won because he's Allen. That's what I'm saying. Tom Brady, like all those guys would just win year after year after year. Hello, friendly Bronco. How you doing? 21-3. Is it a crazy first half or dominant first half right now? They put up 24 and a half. I mean, 24-3. That's quite the showing. Thank you so much, Nick. You think he needs to be fired, or do you think they just don't have the guys? Is it because you want to play the Bills? He drilled it. No, he missed it. No good. Questionable first half. Punting doesn't exist for the Bears. I know. I stand by that being wrong. He drilled it, but he missed it. See, that was the first time that I said the conclusion of the kick before it was confirmed by the referee staff, and I kept saying I wait no matter what because I keep getting burned. And the one time that I did it early, I was wrong. Bryce should have used his legs more. There was a couple times I felt that, but Bryce Young was great. Both. We need a pass rush, and yes, Dennis Allen stinks. But what's your offense doing right now? What's the excuse for the offense? Because right now the score is 21-3. And when you think about it, the one score was because you literally gave the ball to them at the 30. Bills fans we think highly of Lamar. He's a very good quarterback and a good person. The hate Lamar gets from Bills fans is because of the double standard Raven fans and TV pundits. Remember Caleb said the punter wouldn't need to punt? Yes. And then they ended up punting the most. If my Bears lose, I'm rooting for Jacksonville. Any particular reason why? I was so confused why Jalen Cooker stopped on his route early in that game that led to the interception. Yeah, that was bad. Why don't we hear questions asked, has the Ravens Super Bowl window closed? Well, what do you mean? You mean they do? Are you saying that that's what they do about the Buffalo Bills fans? Or about the Buffalo Bills? If Green Bay and San Francisco wins, that puts San Francisco at home against the Rams, right? No. Because they're the 49ers are the 6th seed. The Rams are the 5 seed. They'd get home field. And yeah. So the Rams it would be the Rams home field. Yeah, well now it's going to be interesting, Dave, to see what Caleb does in the second half. Like now this is where things get interesting. Because now you're talking about being desperate in the second half. And listen, it's going to be interesting to see what the Packers do out of this half because they get the ball. And the Packers march down the field and score. I mean, the game's over. If the Packers start this half, march down the field, and score a touchdown, listen, I'm one of those people that holds out hope for the game until the very end. I will feel very strongly that the Bears are not finding themselves back into it. Hello, Marv. If the Bills lose, it doesn't mean that Josh Allen is automatically not the best player in the league. I agree with that. Well, they're not going to say it about the Chiefs, although Colin kept saying that the dynasty is over and that the Super Bowl window is closed, that they need a rebuild. I don't think the Bears are done necessarily right now, but like I'm saying in the second half, if the Packers march down the field and score and make it 28-3, and there'll be like 10 minutes left in the third quarter, yeah, I'm just not feeling strongly that the Bears find their way back into the game. But if they stop them and they score, before you know it, in the blink of the eye, the score is 21-10, and it's a 2-score game with, practically a whole half left. Jordan Love's been awesome, and he's had all day to throw. So that's the Bears locker room, right? They were clearly all fired up, and it was clearly like we're gonna all be fired up. We're gonna be all fired up. We're gonna be all fired up. The problem is that when when on the field doesn't support that, you're not gonna be all fired up. You lose that. You lose that in a snap of the fingers, like instantly. And so then you're just like, you have to be fired up to execute, not just fired up. So that's why when these guys were just doing basic things, they were celebrating and screaming. And like, I get it, because again, it's like you can do both. But that stuck out to me right away, where I was like, oh wow, Bears are they're celebrating, they're getting hyped up and energized. But once you don't produce, you lose that, and now where's the energy coming from? Is it raining there? Bears have overachieved. The Bears have overachieved. I'm reading the comment. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just thinking about it out loud. Do I have a favorite player? I honestly don't. I know there's people that think that I have favorite players. I honestly don't. I think the Bears have achieved what they're, who they are. I could see that. I mean, I listen. I think very highly of Jaden. That's why it's like I like a lot of these. I like all these quarterbacks. Honestly, like I can't really say that there's any quarterback in the NFL right now who I genuinely am like I don't like and I don't want to see you succeed. So if the Rams win, will the Eagles beat the Rams? Well, no, it's if the Eagles win, will they beat the Rams? Because the Rams already won. Do I have a favorite anything? You know what's so funny? It's actually really hard for me to ever have a favorite anything, no matter what it is in my life. Because then I have to commit to that. It's like, what's your favorite movie? What's your favorite artist? What's your favorite song? It's like, I don't know, man. What's your favorite this? I'm like, I don't know. Someone said that. Someone said that I have a bias with Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, or Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts. And then I showed them that I actually had more videos about Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels would have been, but Jaden Daniels, since he got injured this year, I was just not making obviously a lot of Jaden videos. But if he was actually playing this whole season, he would have been up there too. But I actually have more Bo Nix videos. That's because Jalen Hurts embarrassed Mahomes in the Super Bowl. I got more Bo Nix videos than Josh Allen. I think your favorite thing is truthful context to a certain narrative. I appreciate that. I like that. I'm going to screenshot that. Thank you. I like that. The thing is, if you think highly of someone, you will speak highly of them. And people confuse that. Well, that's for sure. Or they think if I criticize someone, like, that's why it's been real interesting with the Rams fans. Like, so many people think that I hate Stafford. And I'm like, it's like I can't emphasize enough how much I love watching Matthew Stafford play and how elite I think he is. But it doesn't mean that I'm just going to stand there and automatically say that he's not helped by McVay or like that he was throwing to wide open receivers in this game or that he's the MVP. Like, all those things could be true. People say that I'm obsessed with Jalen Hurts. I wasn't saying he was the MVP last year. I wasn't making any arguments that he was the MVP. If they win the NFC, they have to play the NFC West. What do you mean? Have you ever been to an NFL game? Yeah, I've been to a handful. I haven't been to a lot, honestly. Whoa. Jalen Hurts, if you take everything into account, including intangibles, is a top 10 quarterback. What drives me crazy about like a Jalen Hurts conversation is that people will try to really honestly believe that like Baker Mayfield is better than a Jalen Hurts or something like that. And like those are the things that always drives me crazy because it's like how have those conversations become that? That's why I'm really excited. That's why it's a shame that he just can't. Think about this. I mean, just think about how wide open McVay is scheming these guys open. Matt LaFleur even right now. I mean, like there's just so many great coaching that you just constantly see such beautiful schemes. And you see Jalen never be able to take advantage of that. And like it's just that's the bummer. And that is for Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman deserves blame for that. Are you pulling for Buffalo to win? I'm pulling for no one. I am going that game. You're going to see me yelling and screaming on both sides. I'm going to be like, "Oh my god!" No matter what is happening, I'm going to be going back and forth, back and forth. If the Bills lose tomorrow, McDermott needs to go. So here's the thing. I don't inherently disagree with that. But now with all these coaching openings and everyone getting fired, it's just interesting because it's like, who are you going to hire? When you start having a different outlook, when did you start having a different outlook on sport? Well, first off, thank you so much. I really appreciate the super chat. Honestly, really just a couple of years ago. I mean, I think over time, when I was watching more and more teams, I just found myself rooting for other. It really actually started more with basketball. That I was just like, I really like to watch high quality basketball, and I'm not going to just root for like an individual team necessarily. And then that kind of happened with football, where I just started to get more interested in other storylines. Where I was like, oh, I'd like to see Tua win. Like that's cool. Like his story's cool. Or like, oh, the Detroit Lions, like they haven't done anything in decades. Like I'd like to see them win. But then, especially when I started to make content and really talk about sports, then I had to like really reassess like how I feel about stuff. And it really just kind of naturally just kind of unfolded where it was just like, I like reassessed some of these other random teams that like I didn't care about or that I said like I don't like. Teams that I know nothing about. And I'm like, oh, I don't like the Jags. And it's like, why? Who are on the Jags? What do you know about the Jags? And it's like, oh yeah, I guess I have no actual reason to like not like the Jags. Or like that's how it was actually with the Detroit Lions before Hard Knocks. I was like, I don't like the Lions. And it was like, what do you know about the Lions? Why do you like or not like the Detroit Lions? And it was like, oh yeah, I guess I have no actual reason to like or not like anyone at this point. And then it just kind of, kept going. And I feel grateful for it because I genuinely can watch any game and get excited for it. And that's why people say like, oh, you're a Bears fan or you're a Bills fan or you're a Packers fan or you're this fan. And it's like, nah, man, I'm just a football fan. I just love it. I just love talking all about it. And I can get fired up. If the Bears come back and win here, it's like I'll make a video and it'll sound like I'm the biggest Bears fan because I'm just fired up for it. And if the Packers win this game, I'm going to be making a video and I'm going to be like fired up for it. And I'm going to talk about it in a way where I'm just like, everyone doubted the Packers. Nobody said they were going to win, that they're too injured, and here they are. And I'm going to sound like the biggest Packers homer. Oh, Jordan Love. What are you doing? Throws it away. That's not a flag. So that's my long-winded answer. I think so many teams regret it. But if you needed a coach, hit him in the helmet. Should have been a flag. What was I about to say? Oh, the coaching. I think if you didn't hire Liam Cohen or Ben Johnson, you hurt yourself big time. Listen, even though, it's not working great so far for the Bears, there's a few teams where it's just like, Liam Cohen actually ended up being my favorite hire of the offseason over Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson's awesome. But I also say that coming from a place of like, I know I would play well for Liam Cohen. I would not play well for a Ben Johnson, just in terms of the personality. Yeah, this is 3rd and 12. Play clock winding down. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Hike. Jordan Love. Oh! Behind him. Flopped in the air. Could have been picked off, but it wasn't. If he caught it, that could have been a first down. Yeah, I'm more of a fan of players than teams. If Josh got traded, I'd be a fan of the new team. So that's what it seems like. That's why I always talk about that. How you have like individual fans of like players as well as, team fans. And I think like some of the main teams, the foundation is definitely the team. The Eagles, the foundation is the team. The Packers, the foundation is the Packers. But I think some of these other teams, like the Chiefs or some of these teams that really did nothing for a while, like the quarterback becomes way more popular and famous. Like Josh Allen is the Buffalo Bills. Patrick Mahomes is the Kansas City Chiefs. Lamar Jackson is the Baltimore Ravens. Jalen Hurts is not the Philadelphia Eagles. Jordan Love is not the Green Bay Packers. Matthew Stafford is not the Rams. I'm trying to think of other random examples of that. Like, think about when Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with the Buccaneers. Tom Brady won the Super Bowl. Nobody really truly accredits that to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I do not think Matthew Stafford is the Rams at all. Sean McVay is the Rams. Mahomes past his prime. That's obvious he's not aging well. Yeah, I don't think any of these guys are going to age well. I don't think Jalen is. I don't think Lamar is. I don't think Allen is. I mean, Allen might be able to get away with it more because he's still so big. And so if he has to just become a straight up true pocket passer, I can get it. But like, what makes him truly special is also his mobility. Oh, fumble! Oh my God! It doesn't matter. They recovered it. Oh, was it a catch or not? Are we still back here? That was definitely a catch, right? It was an incomplete pass. Catch. I don't know, man. It's too close. What am I hearing? So when promos come on, they show McVay on TV? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, so that wasn't a catch then. No, replay assist too. It's confirmed, incomplete. 3rd and 8. That was a nice throw. See, they got some momentum here. Mahomes isn't the best current player. He is not. JCT, please don't. Oh, Goff needed good coaching just like Caleb. Buffalo will BTA Jags. Bills Mafia. I don't think Mahomes is on the level of Brady. They're just such different quarterbacks at the end of the day, and they played at such different times. That was a nice throw by Caleb. A Super Bowl would mean so much to the Bills fan base. Buffalo lives and breathes the Buffalo Bills. Yeah. Prediction, Allen gets hurt. Buddy, I do not like that prediction at all. They're at the 12-yard line. Look at this. The Bears score here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Cad. Cad? Can I call you Cad? Will that work? Cad? Everyone did get faked out. That was like a cartoon where everybody just went in the wrong direction. They marched right down the field. They score here again. There's like 11 minutes left, and it's a 2-score game. You still have essentially the entire second half to go. Fighting for the yards. I do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I've lived many lives. Because I don't want someone to get hurt. Because I don't want to watch Mitch Trubisky in the playoffs. I'd rather watch Josh Allen. That proves I don't want to see Caleb get injured. I don't want to see Jordan Love get injured. I don't want to see whoever else I didn't say. Wow. Oh, that was a hit. This Packers defense came to play. I'm a Josh Allen truther. I will tell you that, though. I'd love that. I got sick. I think it was a couple years ago, and I hadn't watched any of the Bourne movies, and I just ripped all through them. I watched just one every single night, and I was like, okay, I see it. He trapped it. Yeah, that wasn't a catch, and he's not arguing, so he knows it. 4th and 13. Oh, Caleb Williams be okay. Now he's banged up, so I don't want to see him hurt either. Oh, he's struggling. Now, I do want to see Tyson Bagent, I'll be honest with you. No, he didn't get stepped on. He's grabbing his shin, which means it's like his... that shouldn't hurt that bad, unless he just kind of hit his muscle and it's just like a stinger. No, yeah, he's okay. I think he just, it's like getting punched. And it's a little... But that shouldn't have hurt that bad, though. That just feels like that. Based on that replay, it just doesn't look like... like he gets hit way harder. Like, that was harder just there. You think Loveland can beat Travis Kelce? Well, a big part of that is going to be coaching with Ben Johnson. So, yeah, I do think that. So you say that, JCT, but like so much of it is going to be coaching as well and scheme. Matt LaFleur has not shown enough love with Tucker Kraft and trying to feed the tight ends. It's like he wants to throw the ball deep and long, man, and run the ball. He's very much boom or bust. He wants to throw the ball 40 yards down the field or just run, run, run. The score is 21-6. Packers. Now you finally make sense, JCT. I agree with that Tucker take. What are your thoughts on David? I think it's awful. I've been talking about it. I was going to make a separate video about that today, but I was like, I can't because I'm doing all these live streams. I think that is one of the worst things I've ever heard. He has zero coaching experience. Zero. Don't tell me, oh, he was an assistant quarterback coach. He has zero quarterback experience. You have your young, up-and-coming young quarterback, and you have him now being your offensive play caller. A quarterback who was in the NFL for like 5 years and was like a practice squad player. That is so bad. That is so bad. I can't get over how bad of a move that is. And it's not to say that, because of his playing career wasn't good, because pretty much every single great coach has not had a great playing career. A lot of them didn't even play in the NFL. So it's not like you have to be great. But still, when you're a backup, like still some of these other guys that were backups were around the NFL, like they were in the NFL for like a long time, or they were really around like amazing coaching for like an extended period as like a true backup. So they're like really involved in all that. I do not think it's going to be real good. I think there's zero chance. Unless he's like an actual literal football genius, which is possible. You don't know that. But unless he's like a true, like, you're just like, dude, this guy is brilliant. Like, if he just had better physical skill set, he'd be a superstar. He just doesn't have it. Because, listen, I don't think Tom Brady would be a good offensive coordinator. You know, it's like, just because you're great doesn't mean that you're a great coach. But I cannot, you just triggered me. I can't get over how bad of a hire that was. Especially because you have a young quarterback who barely played this second season. So in a lot of ways, this third season is his second season. He needs to continue to develop. I'm so mad. Do you see KP coming back next year? Absolutely, positively not. That guy was fired. He was fired like 10 weeks ago. He's yelling again. What is he yelling about? He actually is unraveling, and I do not say that about players. I do not talk. I hate when people say, "Oh, someone's choking, someone's unraveling." He is actually genuinely emotionally unraveling here. I do believe that. Did not see this game going this way so far. How about the Panthers game, Sean? And welcome, Sean. How are you doing, buddy? This is a new experience for you, watching the playoffs without the Chiefs. It's been like a decade. You can be emotional, but like this is not the way to do it. It's not the way you do it. And they said on the broadcast that he was yelling at other people there. And you just can't do that. Do you like McDaniel on the Lions? I like McDaniel. I think McDaniel will be great on the Lions or the Eagles. I think McDaniel for any team that needs offensive coordinator will be amazing. Nick's pick's not looking good so far. No, he's 0 for 2 so far. He's 0 for 2. Third and 2. Third and 2. Oh, boy. Called hike. Just got it off. Oh, buddy, what are you doing? You had the check down for the first down. What was that? That was bad by Jordan Love. He also could have maybe even ran it. That was multiple 3 and outs. That was bad offense. At that point, just hand the ball off. Caleb is still salty on the sideline. So that's the thing. He could get another head coaching job with all the openings, but like, I don't want him as a head coach, even though I think he could be fine, but like, I'm not signing up to have him as my head coach. If I'm a big Raiders fan, it's like, I want him to be my OC, but like, I do not want him to be my head coach. McDaniel and Fangio get along if he goes to Philly. Yeah, it won't matter because it's one thing if like McDaniel was the head coach, then they're going to have more interaction, but I don't think that would matter at all. And I think Fangio is so old school where he's just like, bro, I don't care. Did you hear them asking him about the 49ers game? Like, how do you feel about it? And he just starts naming players. He goes, yeah, they're good. They got Brock Purdy and Kittle and Christian McCaffrey. It's like he just does not care. He just wants to coach football, man. That's all he cares about. He gave such a funny answer. They're like, well, what about Mac Jones? And he goes, yeah, he's really good. He win like 7 games? And he's like, so you have to prepare for both of them in case Purdy's hurt? And he goes, always. He's just really just like, what are we talking about here? What answers do you guys want me to give you right here? Green Bay. Jules, Green Bay this year has had great first halves and not great second halves. Bears have been the opposite. I know. I hear that. That's why if they score here now, a touchdown, 21-13. It's a 1-score game. Chiefs need to fire Nagy and bring in McDaniel. It's Andy Reid's offense. Nagy is not the guy. What you need is, Sean, to have your players stop getting in trouble and stop getting injured. Man, get out of the Raiders. They never going anywhere. I don't know. They're getting a new quarterback. I hope the Raiders can be competitive. That will be a fun AFC West. The Chargers, the Raiders. The Raiders have a really passionate fan base that are begging. Travis! McDaniel's philosophy is completely different than Reed. Yeah, that would be great to see. That would be great to see sarcasm in terms of putting Reed and McDaniels together, or because it would be great to see because they have different philosophies. Who do you think is the best fit for OC in Philly? Oh man, that's a good question. I figured you were being sarcastic. You don't like emojis though, so I can't tell. I would love to see McDaniel in Philly. But the problem is that he's definitely not the best person socially, which I respect. That's fine. Not everyone is going to be, Mr. Social and handle it. I don't know how he would handle the Philadelphia media. He's clearly uncomfortable in that environment. Now, he's obviously not the head coach, so it's significantly different. And I do think he's an awesome offensive mind. I do think he is. Big throw. That's what I'm saying. Caleb loves the middle of the field. Yeah, but the point is that the Philadelphia media will put a lot of pressure on him, and I don't know how much he handles that. Like, he is clearly uncomfortable in that environment, and I don't know how much that then impacts him in the coaching. Like, I just don't have that strong of a sense. They've really swallowed up this run game pretty well. But the Packers, like I said, they give up a score here. It's a big one. Mahomes isn't even top 5 all time, not even close to GOAT status. Ooh. McDaniel has thick skin and the audacity. He just isn't necessarily the best at the actually talking part itself. Yeah. I think that's fair. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to really gauge without me actually talking to him, right? Like, he's the type of coach that I'd have to really talk to and just have interactions with to get a sense of like what's the story here, right? Travis, are you still here? Because what did you possibly think about that Carolina Panthers game? We were talking about this, how these games are so unpredictable. Everyone had the Rams rolling the Panthers, and the Panthers had that game won. Number 6, and a first down. Whoa. Now Packers player is injured as well. What are they going to call? Jumping on the pile? Yeah. That is a bad play. That is just bad Packers play. I don't know if we can say that they overperformed if that's what they did against the Rams during the regular season. They beat the Packers. They played the Packers better than the Bears are right now. Mahomes is a leader. Do you buy into the script games? Why do people believe in it so much? No, 100% not. That would be so impossible to choreograph. You think these guys are also laying out their health on the line to be part of a script? Now, I will say this. There is something to that the NFL does not want the Carolina Panthers to win. They do want the Los Angeles Rams. They do want the bigger markets. And you should listen to an interview. It's short. You can find like a short, like a reel on it on YouTube of Andre Iguodala And oh gosh, who's that other Evan Turner? I think it was his name Evan Turner. He was talking about it. Andre Iguodala was talking about how in the playoffs, where he goes, he knew that when he was playing the Celtics, like, Game 7, like, they were gonna have to win that game twice because they were gonna have to beat the refs because they wanted Miami and Boston in the playoffs. In the conference finals. And this is coming from Andre Iguodala after he had already retired. He already won all his rings with Golden State. He's not like being some bitter, ex-player who didn't get a like the guy literally was part of the dynasty of the Golden State Warriors. So he has nothing to gain by saying that, and he said it. So take that for what you will, but I thought it was thought-provoking. And we even heard Nick Ray talk about it. Like, Nick was like, and I know Travis actually joked and said he doesn't think it's real, but like, not even this Nick then, I'll just say Wild said this. Wild was like, if the Houston Texans beat the Kansas City Chiefs last year in the playoffs, he's like, that will be bad for the show. And the NFL knows that too. They don't want the Texans to play the Bills. They want the Chiefs to play the Bills. They want the Eagles and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, not the Chiefs and what was a smaller team last year from the NFC? Why can't I think of a smaller team? The Bucks? Maybe KC versus the Chiefs would be a little bit bigger because it's kind of a rematch between the two of them. But what was the another team? Why can't I think of another team right now? Oh, nice scramble and play, Caleb. This was a great job by Caleb Williams. I don't believe in the NFL completely fixing games, but they definitely may have a part of influencing games through the refs. Yeah, I wonder how intentional it is though. Like, I don't know if they're really saying, hey, we want you to call it extra tight against this team or something. Or if it's just like the refs understand, if it's just one of those things where it's like, don't make it easy for them. Don't go out of your way to make it hard, but, Oh, Caleb Williams. Okay, he's okay. NFL would rather have the Rams over the Chiefs. LA market over Kansas City. Yes and no, because Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, that market was massive. So LA is a huge market, but they don't necessarily show up as much as, say, the Chiefs are right now. They would love to have Patrick Mahomes play for the Los Angeles Rams. That's for sure. But I think right now in 2026, Mahomes and the Chiefs are going to be they're more watched. The Lions and the Chiefs. Or they'd love to have Mahomes on the Cowboys. He also said Tebow was a Hall of Famer. Johnny Unitas, John Elway, Joe Montana, Bart Starr, and Tom Brady, all better than Mahomes. Oh, man. We're getting into it. Well, LA, all the Southern California places are, football is just not a religion like it is in these other colder areas. Football is just like everything. 3rd and 4. What are they going to do here? They can still get a first down. 3rd and 4 at the 9. It was a handoff. You got the first. No, that's just short. They didn't get it. 4th and 1. Do you think there's a moment where the partial rigging for the high market team was obvious? I couldn't name one, honestly. I know people will say like that Saints Rams, but I just think that was just ended up being a bad call. I think sometimes refs just make really bad calls because refs are just regular people. I ref football, I ref basketball, baseball, soccer. I think that's it off the top of my head. Baseball, basketball, football, soccer. Yeah. And it just like is what it is. Wow! An interception. He's got 2 interceptions now. Now, that was definitely just... That's now just a tough interception. Let me see this interception. Was anyone actually ever going to be open? No, I say he was just letting it. So that interception, I don't really count on him. Because it's just 4th down, and he's just like, I got to just throw it up. The game's not over quite yet, because the Packers' offense is not looking good right now. So, I wouldn't say that quite yet. Puka said the refs make calls. That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't really... I think Puka's absurd. Honestly. And I really liked Puka until he kept going on and on and on. It's crazy because since there's only 2 games right now, it feels like there's 3. And I feel like we have another game after here. And I'm like, we got another game, right? Like, I want another game. Get who out? What's happening? I think people want to hire Halfley, Travis. I'm curious if, like, the Brian Floreses will get head coaching jobs this time around. Because now a bunch of head coaches got fired. And then you got some of these other offensive coordinators as well, like the Cliff Kingsbury. And Kevin Stefanski. Like, it's a saturated market. One of these DCs isn't going to be able to go anywhere. My guess is. But I don't know. Also, it depends on if a Brian Flores, a Brian Dable, or not Brian Flores, I mean, if like the Kevin Stefanski, like, and if any of those offensive guys actually get other head coaching jobs. Like, what about a Brian Dable? Like, people aren't really talking about Brian Dable right now because he got fired weeks before everyone else. What's going on, Blitz? Oh, Bills. Peyton Manning greater than Mahomes. I keep going all night. Flores suing the league. Oh, yeah. I thought they kind of put that to bed at that point. The Bears are self-destructing is what Al just said. I don't know about that. I think they're just getting beat. I'm trying to think if they should have just kicked a field goal. Oh, my God. That can't be legal. Oh, he just fumbled it. Oh, no. It's out of bounds. So it's Green Bay's. Wait, how is that not an ineligible receiver, though? But now he fumbles it, and the Bears could have had it, but then it goes out of bounds. That's what they needed. He dives on the ball. Somehow the ball squirts up like a literal cartoon, like it was greased up. Like Bugs Bunny literally was just like, I'm going to put this in oil right now and butter. And the ball just squirted up. I don't even know how that happened. I didn't even see who caught the ball, honestly. Oh, they're still showing us this play right now. I just wonder on that 4th and 1, they should have just ran the ball. Or 2, I wonder if you just kick a field goal. I know it's, you need a touchdown, but the score would have been 21-9. You still have the entire 4th quarter, and your defense has been playing great against this Packers offense now. I just wonder if there's the argument for that. I can't tell by your videos, but what team are you a fan of? I'm just a football fan. Leopold, you could have just said blame the refs when it's KC. We know you do. Webb is definitely an up-and-comer in the coaching ranks. I think I'm behind on some of these chats. $21-6. I mean, you score here. Oh, boy. Oh, they're going to call intentional grounding. What's going on, Mike? Nobody is talking about Mahomes at all. Julian is literally ignoring you. Watching the Packers right now. Michael Jordan is as relevant to this convo as Mahomes. Neither are in this game. It's not that you said it, man. It's that you repeated the exact same. I'm asking Julian about Ben Johnson. I've already talked about Ben Johnson. I do it for other teams too, though. I've called out bad officiating involving Dallas too and other teams. KC gets most of my ire because they're the most blatant. It's true. So do you think the Bills can go to the Super Bowl? Might be a stretch, but I don't know. I think they got their work cut out for them. And that's why I'm really excited to see how much Josh Allen elevates against the Jags. That is going to answer all the questions that I need. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why you could make the argument kicking a field goal wouldn't have been the worst thing. Again, I know it's not the most popular, and I know mathematically you still need the other scores, but it takes away the need for trying to get a 2-point conversion. It's 21-9. You punt the ball. You potentially force another 3 and out. I don't know. Probably not. Now the Bears are going to get the ball in decent field position. Definitely good field position. At the 30 at least. A big run. See? Just like that. They're at like the 40. See, they score here now. It's back to an 8-score game. Going into the fourth quarter. The Packers offense is dropping the ball significantly here now. Oh yeah, that was a big punt return. Where is he at? Devin Hester, Bears wide receiver kick returner, Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2024. Oh my gosh, look where they are already. They're at the 35-yard line. I mean, they're literally right there. No handoff. Caleb Williams, flushed out of the pocket, lets it rip. He loves those scramble throws to the sidelines. To his tight end. First game with 2 interceptions since third career NFL game. Snaps 31-game streak, including the postseason. Well, this is his first postseason game. Now you're back to being 3rd and 4 because you wanted to quickly rush and get a playoff before the end of the third quarter. Your offense is just not operating well enough. That's what you have to understand, Ben Johnson. Your offense is not running well enough. The Rams game made me so mad. The Panthers deserved that game. I think the Panthers deserve that game. The better team won. Relax, Bills fan. Sean Brennan, glad I have you here to ask you an honest question. Do you believe that Lamar and Mahomes fans constantly hate on Josh Allen? As a Mahomes fan, do you see the hate? He's not going to answer that question uh, appropriately. After the Panthers, I should know better than to doubt comebacks. True. With Harbaugh gone, who are you aiming your ire at next? Zach Taylor? Are you talking to me? Or are you talking, who are you talking to now? Me or are you talking to the JCT? The Wheaties box? No, there's no cereal in it. Ben is one of those guys where I think he can outcoach himself. He definitely outcoached himself in this game, and he definitely outcoached himself in his both so far his back-to-back playoff games with the Lions against the Commanders. Some JC, of course. Every fan base hates a certain. Yes, Julian, to you. I don't actually have a huge problem with Zach Taylor. I don't know how much control he has with the Cincinnati Bengals. I think that's a lot harder to gauge because of how much of a mess of a franchise there are. And I will say that their offense is pretty legit, when Joe Burrow is healthy. And even what he was able to do with Flacco. And so it's just really their defense is so bad and their O-line. And I just don't know how much control he has over that team. Harbaugh is way more in control of that team. And there was really concrete things that you could point to and say, this team is undisciplined. This team is having bizarre play calling at bizarre moments. Terrible penalties at terrible moments. But honestly, after seeing everything unfold, I was big on move on from Harbaugh, move on from Harbaugh. Watching everything unfolded, I was kind of like, I don't love what I see out of Lamar here. I'm like, I don't know, man. I really didn't. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I don't know. They miss the playoffs more because their defense is so awful. And I'm just not sure that Zach Taylor, how much control and how much he has to do with the Cincinnati Bengals, he's in a position to change that. That's all I'm saying. My guess is Taylor, especially since he's kept his job. My guess is he probably does not have a lot of power there in that game, in that organization. That would be my guess. Yeah, but you need the right personnel. That wasn't dropped. Didn't that hit a Green Bay Packers back? I got to see that replay again. Yeah, it wasn't dropped. Ow, are you even watching the game? I'm at home and I can see that. Bills fan, the Panthers played one amazing game, but MVP Matthew Stafford saved us. Oh, KJ, you were so close. Oh! Almost intercepted. See, did you see Caleb right there? Throwing his hands in the air and getting all upset and looking around. Buddy, is not the moment for that right now. I mean, he had no chance at catching that. Yeah, that was a bad play call, too. Oh, he fumbled it! Caleb Williams and a fumble. He's got 2 interceptions and a fumble. 4th and forever. Let's look at this again. Oh, yeah, his own player hit it. He got pushed into it. Or maybe he didn't. Oh, now they're kicking a field goal. See? Wow. And he got it. They have 3 field goals in this game. So now it is, this is what I was saying before. Now it's 21-12. Now you're down by 9. Now, a touchdown and a field goal, you're in a game rather than needing the 2-point conversion, which is why I made the argument that it probably wouldn't have been the worst idea to go for it last 4th down. But I mean, the Packers need to do something on offense. What are Caleb Williams' stats right now? He's 14 for 29, 177 yards, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, a 39 passer rating. And the Bears have 24 carries for 64 rushing. Jordan Love, on the other hand, 12 for 23, 163 yards, 3 touchdowns, a 114.7 passer rating. And the Packers have 19 carries for 98 yards rushing. Sorry, I'm reading another. Are you guys still fighting about Patrick Mahomes? He doesn't receive credit for throwing guys open or manipulating defenses with his eyes, throwing no lookers. The one interception wasn't on him. Wide receiver has to understand coverage. You're talking about on Caleb, you're talking about, Travis? The one interception? Or are you talking about Stafford or Bryce Young? Yes, if they win, they'd be playing the Rams if the Packers win. I told you, Sean, Mahomes is always brought up. Julian Tombad said he's going to blame Josh Allen tomorrow if he scored a touchdown on every drive. It's getting late. Aren't you in Denver? Isn't it still kind of early? Yeah, I think both interceptions I don't really count on Caleb because the other one was 4th down and he had to just, what was he going to do? Just like not throw it? He was just, it was, at that point, it's just like you got to just kind of throw it up and give anyone a chance. They keep trying to kick the ball in a way that traps the receiving team to try to get them in a spot where they're now going to be, hit at like the 15-yard line or 20-yard line. But when they mess it up, you then get the ball at the 40. There's a flag. What did you miss? The Packers dominating the Bears, but now in the second half, the Packers can't do anything offensively. The Bears are moving the ball offensively, but they can't score. They can't get into the end zone. So they've only kicked field goals. That is the most accurate summary of this game right now. Yes, I agree with you right now. I mean, if the Bears won this game, you're not going to feel great. You're going to be like, that was wild and insane, but you're not going to be like, that's right, we could do anything. I think you're going to feel weird about the Rams right now. I think you're going to feel weird about the Bears. The Packers, you're feeling good, but you're also like, well, were the Bears just not good? Like, I don't know. I don't know, because then you're going up against, I don't know. Watching this offense stall out so much with the Green Bay Packers, you're like, well, how will that match up against Sam Darnold? Like, but right now, I'd love to do that, Lane. Yeah, man, that's the sunshine tax you're paying. The San Diego Los Angeles Chargers, baby. That'll be a fun night game. All right, 3rd and 10. Call a timeout. They did not call a timeout. Jordan Love flushed out of the pocket. Now they're trying to fight for the ball on the ground, even though it was an incomplete pass. The Packers have done absolutely nothing offensively in this second half. Julian, I do agree. Josh Allen gets a legacy bump if he beats the Jags. I agree. I agree with you agreeing. Beat the Jags in the wild card? No, JC, laugh aloud. He needs a Super Bowl appearance, bare minimum. Not with that team, man. Okay, look at this play-by-play. This is crazy. Were they trying to see if it was intentional grounding? Yep. Okay, so the third quarter for the Packers, 3 plays, -2 yards, punt. 3 plays, 8 yards, punt. 5 plays, 13 yards, punt. 3 yards, and it's going to be negative. Whatever the official negative is, it hasn't updated yet, and it's going to be a punt. It'll be negative 10 yards. I don't know what this is right now, but this is a losable game. Oh, he gets another big kickoff, punt return. I can't speak. A legacy bump for winning a first round game? Yes, because the Jags clearly have the better team. Jordan Love became Jalen Hurts in the second half. I don't think so. Is Bryce Young out of the bust conversation? I mean, he looked awesome. Bryce Young deserves so much praise on Monday. He should get nothing but heaps of praise. He was awesome. I am making that Carolina Panthers video on Monday. All right. Here comes Caleb. Largest fourth quarter comeback in postseason win. 5 points versus Giants in 1933 NFL championship game. Trailed by 15 points tonight. Bryce Young looked great, but that last drive was questionable. I don't know if that was on him. He made the throw, and then his receiver dropped it. Caleb Williams has all day. They cannot get any pressure on him, and now he's just ripping off a run. Wow. That was like 12 seconds. He was just sitting there. How many times have they gone for it on 4th down? I couldn't even keep up right now. Let me look it up. The Bears have gone for it on 4th down 5 times. And they're 1 for 5. Again, the way how this Packers offense is suddenly playing, and this defense. The Packers have been getting shredded on defense as well. They're just keeping them out of the end zone. I mean, Bryce Young had no time in the pocket. He was getting flushed. That was an inaccurate pass. Carolina has to be disgusted with their DC and a couple plays that you must make to capitalize on bad plays from Stafford. I agree with that, Travis. The Panthers had that game won. To me, that was more about them losing than Matthew Stafford making the comeback. By Loveland. Down the sideline. Big throws. They score here. It's a 7-point game. It's a 5-point game. Was that definitely 2 feet in? There was his third foot. 1, 2. Yeah, I guess that was. 21-yard pass to Loveland. 1st and 10 at the 12-yard line. I don't know. I haven't heard his name called. Colston Loveland. I don't know. It's working for him. He's in the NFL. Third down. Should have gone for nothing. But he got like, how many yards did he end up getting? Let's see here. 3. 3rd and 3. That's a touchdown. That is a touchdown. It's going to be a 5-point game. Wow. And there's 10 minutes to go. Never count anyone out. And he gets the extra point. It is windy too now. So now it's a 5-point game. So even a field goal would still be big for Green Bay. But they haven't even gotten a first down. That guy's grating cheese. Oh, Chicago. Oh, Chicago. This is when the Bears D has always given up a field goal or touchdown. The offense has a long drive and they gave up. I don't know, dude. If the Bears end up winning this game, it'll be all about the Packers. I mean, the fact that they just could do nothing offensively in that second half, in this second half. I mean, if the Bears beat the Packers here, I mean, people are going to go insane for how it just unfolded. What's interesting is a game like this has such crazy consequences because the Packers winning automatically makes them play the Seahawks. Whereas if the Bears win, then you still have everything else kind of up in the air with the 49ers and the Eagles. Look at that. The Bears won 33-14. And then in 2010, the NFC Championship game, Aaron Rodgers. Oh, look at that interception. Big Daddy, number 90, 21-14. Would be wild if all 6 wildcard teams pull out wins. Oh yeah, I guess technically. Oh, he fumbled the ball. He fumbled the ball. I have no idea who has it. Green Bay seems confident they have it. But I don't know how he could see that. Oh my God, Green Bay has it. Wow. Wow. Boom. What are you doing leaving the ball out like that? Oh, he slugs that out. Wow, great recovery. Yeah, he recovered it right away. And now they're at the 50 or so, right? No, yeah, at the 46. A flag, a late flag. And a hold, and now you're going backwards. Whoa, he was really holding that ball out there, buddy Dobbs. What are you doing? You better be really confident with your grip strength there. Yeah, he's talking about it on the broadcast right now. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, Dobbs. Jordan Love was 9 for 15, 139 yards, 3 touchdowns in the first half. The second half, 4 for 11, 33 yards, 0 touchdowns. Second and 11. Whoa, big throw. Wow. Wow, that was a big time throw. Jordan Love saw that all the way through. Look at Dobbs, beat him. Whew. Get some good yak. Now they're at the 33. Hand the ball off to Jacobs, who goes nowhere but fights for a yard. They definitely need to hold them to a field goal. But even right now, no field goal feels safe. There's no spot that really feels like an easy field goal. It's windy. It's cold. It's loud. You're on the road. It's the playoffs. Playoffs? Packers need a touchdown here. Jordan Love sees it. He lets it go. Oh my gosh. What are you doing, Jordan Love? Is he hurt now too? Yeah, he's down. His lower back. That means he probably just landed on it. It's his lower back. 3rd and 9 now. If somehow Green Bay stays at 21 and the Bears get a touchdown, I win 2 huge parlays. Oh, yeah. He could have intercepted that. Would you rather play Seattle or LA next round? For what team, though? Like, who's playing Seattle or LA? You just mean like in general? Offensive pass interference? Oh, yeah. The way how that looked, I was thinking to myself that the Bears were on offense. I'm like, oh, I don't know. Thank you, Bills. Have a good night. 3rd and 9. I mean, this is not a comfortable field goal range. But he gets the first down. Whoa, wait, what is that? That is a terrible spot. They're got to give it to him. What? Oh, I don't know what is going on here. What is this finagling? Wait a second here. He clearly has the first down. That's not even close. That is obviously a first down. Oh, and they called it a first down. Okay. Wow. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Golden. What was that? That was insane. That was golden. That was insane. That was insane. That was, I don't want to say that was bad tackling. That was all golden. That was gold. He's got to get credit for that. He gets the ball. He spins around, jumps over the other guy, jukes out the other. I think that was great. You were right, Travis. Do you think that was bad tackling, or do you think that was great by Golden? Oh, he missed it! Oh, my God. I told you that field. That's why I didn't feel good about the field goal range either. 11 points, 12 points. Would 11 points and 12 points make that much of a difference at this point? No. 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it would have, because it would have forced 2 touchdowns. Now you can get a touchdown, 2-point conversion, and a field goal. So that is actually huge now. Wow. I'm sorry, I was impressed by that golden play. I really was. That was pretty crazy. Once again, you guys are still going at it. This game got boring at first. Now it's getting interesting. Yeah, but now the Bears just gave up that touchdown. Game was really going to get interesting if they held them to just a field goal. I haven't seen that bad tackling since San Francisco, Seattle when we couldn't tackle. I don't know about that. A thing of beauty by Golden. Maybe one bad tackle, but no, it doesn't happen. Yeah. Tackle after tackle. Tackle. The best tackling display that I saw was that Seattle game versus the 49ers. The Seattle Seahawks put on a tackling clinic. That was amazing. That made me laugh, Julian. You guys are still going at it. I know. You guys are. I've seen Jay and Daniels more on these commercials for chunky soup than I have for anything else. Touchdown may have saved LaFleur's job. Oh, yeah. Listen, the Packers lose this game. Yeah. Someone has to answer something. That's Golden's first touchdown. I remember I made a video. I live streamed when he was drafted. When they were in Green Bay. Sean Brennan could star on the show of 1 Mahomes fans versus 10 Mahomes haters. That's a good idea. That's cool. Oh, yeah, I read that. Seattle versus Chicago Super Bowl AFC West rematch. Seattle versus Seattle. Seattle versus Chargers Super Bowl. I think the NFL would not like that at all. I think they would be really uncomfortable with that. The golden touchdown was as good as CMC or Saquon could do. He was definitely making guys miss and look foolish like that. That's why I think when we're saying bad tackling, it's like, put them in some weird positions. They need a big return here. Oh, he did not get a big return. He got taken to the 24-yard line. Look at LaFleur thanking Golden for... Yeah, I know, that's funny. He's like, thank you. I really need this contract extension. Mahomes fans are in for a long decade of mediocrity. Uh-oh. Guys, no fighting here. At least he didn't fumble it. Baby steps. It's true. 1st and 10, 2 possessions, 6-man 30. A field goal, if they get in field goal range early on, they can still just kick the field goal. But the way how this Packers defense has been playing, not so good. So let's see what we got now, baby. 3 timeouts, both teams. Caleb Williams scrambling, making throws. Someone on the Green Bay Packers is saying it definitely hit the ground. Caleb is trying to hurry up now. What's the story here? Did it hit the ground or not? Wow, no replay at all. Let's see a replay now. Look at Julian. He's on fire. I'm on fire? I want to see a replay. Did that ball hit the ground or not? Or was it definitely a catch and that's why they're not even looking at a replay at all? He's at 125. Getting another 75 yards right now in the next 5 minutes would be pretty wild. Did that ball get tipped or was that just a bad throw? The replays for Amazon Prime. It was a catch. There was a replay, but went quick. I didn't see the replay. They didn't show me no replay. The only problem now is time because I don't think they'll have enough time for them to get... I don't know. The way how the Packers have been playing, I know they just marched down the field and scored a touchdown, but I don't think anyone feels confident in the Packers offense right now, honestly. Smoo. Ooh. But now this is the game. Right here, 4th and 3. I mean, this is the game. Jeff Hafley, what do you got? Wow, if they win this game and they stay up by 11-point win, would be really, really impressive. 4th and 3, what are they already in? They'd be practically in field goal range if they stop here. False start. Oh, look at the ball. Oh, my goodness. Wow, they were absolutely saved by that. Wow. Although, oh yeah, he was definitely saved by that false start. Wow. That would have definitely been the game. Although, I don't know, Caleb could have made a play. He made a play before. He makes it the throw. Oh my gosh. That was incredible. That was incredible. That was incredible. That was incredible. The problem is he can't do the other little things. Not that he can't do that, but he doesn't do that consistently. But that was unbelievable. Like that throw right there. And look what he's doing right now, how angry he is. Why does it keep looking like it's raining there? It's like old school listening to a game on the radio. Me talking? Caleb Williams dropping back on our center. Score 27-16, second and 10, 5 minutes to go. 10 clicks on the play clock. At the 30-yard line, Caleb Williams on a gun, calls hike. Caleb looking around. He's looking. He's scrambling. He's being chased. He lets the ball. The ball's gone. And it's out of bounds. 3rd and 10. 4 minutes and 55 seconds left to go. Play clock at 37. Caleb brushing the dirt off his jersey as he brings himself off the grass. There's actually more than 150 Pokemon, and yeah, I caught them all. There's actually 237. Third and 10. You didn't like my plaything? Caleb Williams. Oh, letting the ball go. Checks it down. And a first down. And more. Oh. First down, Manungai, as Caleb Williams is fixing his jersey off his pads. 1st and goal. This is what I'm saying. Got the check down and a lot of yak after that with Manungai. 1st and goal, 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. Caleb Williams scanning, lets it loose. Ooh, good defense. 2nd and goal. Bro, I have no idea how many Pokemon there are. The fact that you know that, and yet you saying that you think that I call all the Pokemon, yet you clearly know more about Pokemon than me. Seems like you got some insecurities. Julian, is Brock Purdy helped by Kyle Shanahan? He absolutely is helped by Kyle Shanahan, and it should not be a knock. 2nd and goal. Touchdown is what someone said in the comments. So I see that it's a touchdown, and it is a touchdown. And now the Bears, are they going for 2? So now, if they get this, okay, so now it's a 5-point game. If they score 1, that'll make it a 4-point game. If they go for 2, that makes it a 3-point game. Yeah. And so if they had it before, it'd be 28. Yeah, so I guess this matters for a field goal type situation or an onside kick type situation. And the 2-point conversion. So now it is a 3-point game with 4 minutes to go. And the Bears have 3 timeouts and 2-point conversion. Wow. This game is insane. Insane. No, they're not going to go on sides right now. There'd be no need for them. There's still plenty of time left with 3 timeouts. What time is the Chiefs game? I don't know. Every time I looked it up, I couldn't find the time. It was weird. I kept looking up the Chiefs playoff games, and it just said error. Oh, my God. Now they're putting Jacobs back out there again. Taken at the 30. What is going on out there now? Someone on the ground? Yeah, he's on the ground. (27-24). 4 minutes to go. 3-point game. Now a touchdown or a field goal. It still keeps it within a, touchdown loses it. That extra point really was bad. This is crazy. Now the pressure is all on Green Bay. The Bears have all of the momentum right now. They're doing everything better on offense and defense. They keep showing us Caleb Williams just like on the sideline. With games like this, it makes me think tomorrow's about to be wild. These first 2 games are insane. Jordan Love. Oh, my goodness gracious. Are they saying it's a catch or not? Because he's shaking his head no, the one referee. Is it inbounds? Why was the referee then shaking his head? He clearly caught the ball. Wow. Great throw, great catch. And he's out of bounds. So that stops the clock. You're going to hand the ball off here? Yep. Goes nowhere, though. Whoo! Wow, wow, wow. Chicago's calling their timeouts here. Wow. A field goal, it's not that it does nothing here because it forces the Chicago to score a touchdown, but it's not like it puts you up by 7. So play clock winding down, 8 seconds. Jordan Love, calling hike. He's scanning. Oh, wow, Matthew Golden. Had to climb the ladder. Yeah, but they're getting the first down. But yeah, getting out of bounds is definitely not helping them, but the ball took him out of bounds. Ooh, he just got that other foot in. 1, 2. Ooh, that was a close one. But yeah, now you hand the ball off again. Get this clock going. Yep. Josh Jacobs goes nowhere. Now they're going to call their timeout. Yeah. Wow. Insane. I don't even know what I'm rooting for at this point. What an appetizer today for tomorrow's triple header. I know, that's what, dude. I don't even know how tomorrow lives up to this at this point. I mean, these are insane, especially if the Bears end up winning. (27-24), 2nd and 10. Jordan Love. Colin Hike. He's going for it all. They're not calling that. I do not like that play call at all. You think that was PI? I'd have to look at it again. They're not showing me replays. I don't like the play call. Now LaFleur is calling a timeout. 3rd and 10. He never played the ball. Not in that situation. It wasn't blatant. No PI. Josh Palmer on injured reserve. Coleman likely active. So then call the timeout. I don't know what is happening right now. Wow. Well, Matt LaFleur is right there by the ref. He was unwilling to call a timeout there. Third and 15. At this point, they're probably just going to hand the ball off because they want to ensure that Chicago uses their timeout. Nope, they're not. Jordan Love? What? That's just bad. That is just bad football. That is just, yeah, but if you're playing for a field goal, then you would just hand the ball off and ensure that the clock keeps going. That, I did not like that. Wow. And he missed it. This is unbelievable. Do you think Matt LaFleur gets fired if the Packers lose? You think Matt LaFleur gets fired? If Matt LaFleur gets fired, then where does he get hired? Does he go to Baltimore now or something? Does he go to to Las Vegas. This is insane right now. Absolutely insane. That made me laugh. I mean, for the Packers now, it's not about just stopping. I mean, like, because they're in the field goal just ties it. So, in a lot of ways, it's less about the clock. Buddy, get off the field. Did they just call a timeout? No, Green Bay just called a timeout. Now Green Bay is wasting their timeouts. This is so bad. Everything about this is so bad. Wow. They'll still take Matt LaFleur. Are you kidding me? These other teams that have nothing, you're going to hire Matt LaFleur over some random coordinator or some other guy who's never had head coaching experience. Travis, do you think Matt LaFleur would get fired if he loses this game? Their kicker has cost them 4 points right now. And that takes us to the 2-minute warning. I don't know. A lot of people were implying that Matt LaFleur is on the hot seat. And that's why, they haven't extended him. I think if you have 2 meltdown games like this and you lose, I'm not saying he should be fired, but you say it helps his case, but what have they done offensively right now? And some questionable game management decisions. Wow, this is at this point, if the Bears win, then it would either be Eagles Bears or Bears Rams. Wow. 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 I don't know if I blame Matt LaFleur for that Packers versus 49ers game. Also, that team was overachieving, especially up against the 49ers, who were an elite team. I don't think the Packers, first year starting with Jordan Love, the fact that they just even beat the Packers, or that they beat the Cowboys. I think that game was more about the Bears. Oh my God, about the 49ers. Although Brock Purdy almost threw a couple interceptions that the Packers just straight up did not catch. He's working right now? I forget. What do you know what he does for work? I didn't see, Sean. Sean, if you left, I apologize. I didn't see. I'm getting too wrapped up in this game. Two minutes, 2nd and 4. Man in motion. Caleb wants him back. He says, no, no, no. I said, get right here. Nope, never mind. Get back in motion. Caleb flush out of the pocket again, making a throw. Oh! DJ Moore. Oh, he's hurt now. He taking his helmet off right away. He's not feeling good. That would have been a tough catch for DJ Moore. Oh, he's definitely hurt. He's like not. There's like not even questioning it. Got the first down and got out of bounds and a lot more. One minute, 48 seconds left to go. They're in field goal range already. I mean, Caleb Williams this quarter is 9 for 20. You guys are so ahead of me. He is wide open. They just took the lead. Wow. And now more because of that missed extra point and even the field goal. It's going to be a 4-point game. Well, there won't be overtime because you have to kick the extra point. Green Bay needs a touchdown. You say too much time left, but Green Bay can't do anything offensively. They're up by 4. So if the Bears now get their first playoff win, if the Bears win right here, this will now be like their most insane first playoff win with this team, obviously. Packers had this game won, and they could not do anything in the second half. They just simply could not do anything in the second half. Like, this is just all about the Packers imploding right now. Like, it's almost tough to watch. Caleb Williams made some awesome plays, and Ben Johnson dialed up some awesome plays as well. But, like, this is, like, just wow. They trailed by 18 tonight. Well, just every time they keep showing the cameras, it's just looking like looks like there's, like, rainfall coming down. Those guys were definitely not saying that Caleb and the Bears were going to be in this spot. Now there's a minute 36, and they only have one timeout left. They got 2 yards there, 3 yards there. Minute 24 to go. 2nd and 7, a minute 17 to go. Wow. 3rd and 7. Wow. 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 Well, I mean, it's right here. The game, they don't have any timeout. They don't have timeouts to like try to, get the ball back or something. This is it. I'm not looking since you guys are all ahead. And I'll make a Chicago Bears video right away. I won't even wait for it to fully run out so I can make the video and post it. Woo! Wow. You shouldn't have stopped watching. You should not have stopped watching. Ooh. 1st and 10, a minute to go. 27-31, Chicago Bears with the lead. Green Bay with the ball. They got to have a touchdown. Second and 3. Oh, Jordan Love is letting it loose. Oh my gosh. Wow. He had that. Wow. 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 You got to get up. He got the first down. 44 seconds. That's why you called the timeout. It's a weird place to call a timeout because you're right you're right by the ball. If it was like a 10-yard pass or a 15-yard pass, then you got to let everyone quickly get up to the line and you're not in that situation. Why do they keep showing the kicker? He can't do anything here. They're kicking a field goal. They're going for a touchdown. And if they score a touchdown, the extra point doesn't matter either at that point. Yeah, I don't know why they called the timeout there. Oh, see, this is where you need a timeout because it takes so much longer to get everyone up there. Oh, now he's hurt. Yeah, but you know what? That 10-second runoff would have probably been how long it would have taken to get to the ball and spike it anyway. If we're being honest here, it would have been around that anyway. So it ends up being 6-7, 6-7. Yeah, a true timeout would have been better, obviously. But since they don't have that, my point is that it ends up pretty much doing the same thing. Where are they at? Like the 20-yard line? Man, the Packers and the Bears this game are just getting knocked up. He got hit right when he threw it. Two, maybe three plays. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. A false start? Wow. Wow. Well, yeah, the Bears are in an amazing spot to win this game. There's 13 seconds left, 2nd and 15, and they're up by 4. They're letting the clock continue to run off. Oh, that was some sketchy play, some time clock right there. I watched the clock. The game was it was clearly out. Wow. Okay, they did. I saw that clock rolling. I was like, nah, that is some Chicago Bears play clock running right there. I don't know if you're getting 2 plays here. I mean, maybe. You obviously can't spike it. He fumbled the snap. And now he's looking in circles. He has no idea where he is right now. Oh my God, this is crazy. Wow. I got to get a good pause for that. I got to go make my video. I got to turn the light on. Wow. Oh, I got to plug this in. Oh my God. Ah! I'm all flustered. What am I doing? I was not having any of this set up yet. All right, so now okay, there we go. What do you guys want me to talk about? The Chicago Bears just made an insane comeback win, 31-27. What does there even say when you have a comeback win like that in the playoffs? I mean, in typical fashion, the way how these teams keep playing each other, it was brilliant play by the Chicago Bears, Caleb, Ben Johnson and company. Absolutely insane bonkers play from the Green Bay Packers. I mean, truthfully, this game had no business being this close. The Bears looked like they had zero chance in the first 3 quarters. Then it looked like the Packers, it was amazing. If you saw how the Packers played in that fourth quarter, or just in the second half in general, you'd be like, how did they ever have the lead in the first place right now? But Caleb Williams saving the day many, 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 many times. I mean, this is what we kind of talked about the Chicago Bears all season long. They found so many ways to lose games all throughout, especially last year, but just in general. And now this year, they keep finding ways to win games. And listen, throughout the beginning of this game, I did not think Caleb Williams was playing very well. I did not think Ben Johnson was calling a good game, and not only not calling a good game, but also was just making poor decisions, quite frankly, from just a game management standpoint. But then, and again, in the second half, for the most part, mainly the fourth quarter, everything was kind of flawless on both accounts from everyone involved. I mean, let me go to the this is how this game ends up being won. The third quarter. Right now the score is 21-3 in the third quarter. 3 plays, -2 yards, punt. Okay? Green Bay, 3 plays, 8 yards, punt. Then you had the interception. What are you going to do? But then 5 plays, 13 yards, punt. Fourth quarter, 3 plays, -10 yards, punt. Then they had their touchdown. But then the Bears answered with their touchdown immediately within 2 minutes. Then missed field goal, end of game. It's just crazy. The defense absolutely stepped up in that second half. Green Bay just kind of imploded. They were 10 for 19 on third down, but they were 2 for 6 on fourth down. I'm curious what Caleb's official box score ends up showing, because I think his box score is going to be a bit misleading as well here. Yeah, the 71.6 passer rating, mainly because of 2 interceptions. I don't really count those 2 interceptions. 1 interception, his receiver did not run the right route. It's on his receiver, as well as the other interception. It was fourth down. What was it, 4th and 1 or something? He was obviously just at that point just letting it go. At that point, you're just trying to give your team any type of chance. So you're just, it's not like it was like a bad decision or a bad throw on his part. So I don't really count either of those interceptions on Caleb Williams, but he made some huge plays off script as well. You know, the run game, they were not as heavily reliant. They clearly wanted to run the ball, especially in that first half, especially in that first quarter. It was run. And they were successful, especially that first quarter, but they could not convert touchdowns in the red zone, and Green Bay could not be stopped offensively. But then everything just flipped. I mean, a game like this, it's just, I think considering who the Bears are and what they've been, it's like the actual unpacking of this game, I think, matters so much less. I think I'm looking at the Los Angeles Rams and seeing how that game unfolded against the Carolina Panthers. And to me, that's like really worth doing a more deeper dive of like what went right, what went wrong, what's going on here. Considering who the Chicago Bears have been, first-year head coach with Ben Johnson, second-year quarterback, first-year coach with an actual competent coaching staff and roster, Caleb Williams, like the fact that they're finding ways to win games no matter how the game itself is unfolding is incredibly impressive and remarkable. And I really think everyone deserves to kind of get their flowers. Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson, Dennis Allen, DeAndre Swift, Monangai, like Colson Loveland, like everyone stepped up in all various moments throughout the game. DJ Moore, like there was no one individual player that you could just say clearly. I mean, I know we could focus on Caleb. He's obviously the quarterback, or even Loveland, but to get back into this game, to step up, to have this comeback win, it really felt like it took a little bit of everyone. But there were many moments that the Bears were done. It was over for them. And Caleb really saved the day. But then once Caleb saved the day, Ben Johnson then dialed up a perfect play to have a wide open, again, Loveland, DJ Moore, whoever at the time. And so it was just kind of one of those things. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. I got your back, I got your back. And that's just what it felt like in this game. Everyone kind of was messing up at times. Like literally every single player and the coaching staff was messing up. But then also they all had each other's back at the same time. And the fact that they just didn't unravel. And that's why I was so excited about this game specifically, the Bears and the Packers, because I just knew no matter what, nobody was going to wave the white flag. Nobody was going to give up in this game, no matter what the score was. Because this is the Green Bay Packers and the Chicago Bears playoffs. Let's go. And that's what we got. That's what we got. But I mean, this is one of those games where I kind of compare it to the Broncos and the Giants game, where that comeback win was insane, but everybody was like, this is about the Giants, And I'm really curious to see what Nick Wright has to say, because he was like, it was all about how bad the Giants were. It had nothing to do with the Bears. And I was like, that's not really fair. It's both. Like in any comeback win, you're always going to need the other team to make a lot of mistakes and fail and do bad things. And so you absolutely can say this game was more about the Green Bay Packers losing. And there's a ton of truth to that, But if it wasn't for some of the remarkable jaw-dropping plays that we saw, especially from Caleb Williams, it's just they have to get the majority of the credit. They just do. The Chicago Bears have to get majority of the credit for a win like this, just like I felt is that the Broncos should have, when they came back with their insane fourth quarter win. Because of the way how this game specifically unfolded, any comeback, you're going to need the Packers. You're going to need the opposing team to make mistakes, look bad, 3-and-outs, missed field goals. Like it's the only way it's possible, right? It's otherwise you can't come back and win. But again, the Packers missed the extra point and missed a field goal, and you won by 4 points. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And considering where the Bears are right now, trying to unpack, because we always do that with games, right? It's always like, what is this? Who is this more about? I guarantee you on Monday it's going to be like, is the win more about the Bears or more about the Packers, right? And it's just like, listen, there's a time and a place for that conversation, and I'll have it on Monday, but I just don't think right now is the time and the place for that conversation. Like, I think this is all hype, all excitement about the Bears. I don't know, and this is funny, because I had a similar take about the Rams. Like, after seeing that game, I'm like, I don't know how you feel if you're the Rams. And if you were on a scale of, 1 to 10, 10 being the most confident, after watching that Rams-Panthers game, I'm like, I think it's fair at the very least if you were a 10 to drop down a 9. Like, no matter where you are on that scale, to at least drop down one notch. But at the end of the day, you have the confidence in that Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay, etc., can get the job done. And can come up in the biggest moments. And if you're a Chicago Bears fan, you watch this game, you're part horrified, but you're also like, hey, we're never out it. We have a chance. So it's like, if you had on a scale of 1 to 10 going into this game with the Bears, had the confidence factor of 10, watching this game, you're excited, you're impressed, you're like, let's go. But like, I think it would also be fair to say my confidence in them got knocked down a peg as well, right? Goes down. And now you're in a really interesting situation, because you're either going to go up against the Philadelphia Eagles, which should be a tough game. That I understand the Bears beat them last time, but this should be a little bit different version of an Eagles, just like the Bears are different versions of themselves throughout the course of the season. So like that shouldn't be any easy game, as well as if the 49ers win, then you're going up against the Rams. And it's like I think that's a tough matchup for everyone involved right now. So Either way, for any team, for any of the teams involved, the next playoff matchup is tough. Is tough for everyone involved. But the good news is the Bears are obviously at home, which goes an incredibly long way. So, whew, Chicago Bears, congratulations on getting this win. Caleb Williams' first ever playoff win, taking down the Green Bay Packers. Ben Johnson's first playoff win as a head coach, and the Chicago Bears finally doing something in the playoffs for the first time in a long time. So enjoy the win, enjoy the excitement, enjoy the party. And yeah, I'm curious who you want to face going in, next round in the divisional round. So let me know your thoughts. I read every single comment. So whether you agree with me or disagree with me, either way, let's get in some discussions, let's get in some fights, but ultimately, let's just have some fun. And please do consider subscribing. We are building an amazing community here, and I absolutely love to see you part of it. I want to build something that we all genuinely feel connected to, something that we're really excited to be part of. I think we're well on our way to doing it. Please don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, as it really does help the visibility and the algorithm. Thank you so much. See you next time. I did it, guys. I did it. I made the video. I made the post-game video. Let me make sure I just post this, and then I can get back. Are you out, Super? Chicago Bears. Insane, historic comeback as Caleb Williams shines. Hold on, sorry. I'll be able to get back to the comments. I'm just trying to get this video out. Yeah, I'll be there. We're streaming all day tomorrow, baby. Depending on where you live, 10, 11, 12, 1, whatever. Be there. Or be square. Give me 1 second. Chicago Bears, insane, historic comeback. Bye, Dave. Chicago Bears, insane, historic comeback as Caleb Williams shines. As Caleb Williams shines. NFL post-game reaction. Let me make sure I be doing this. The Chicago Bears. The Bears. Wow. 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 I am still stunned by how this day just went. If anyone had any predictions going into this weekend, the way how these two games unfolded should make you fear any of the predictions that you made going into Saturday or going into Sunday and Monday. That should shake anyone's confidence. It should shake anyone's confidence for the fans as well. If you're a big Rams fan, a big Bears fan, I think no matter who you are, you're uncomfortable. If you're a Patriots fan getting ready to go up against the Chargers, I think you just witnessed two of the craziest games, and it's a big reminder, oh yeah, playoffs are insane. Playoffs are insane. Nobody cares about this game. If the Bills get rolled, all right, let me catch up. Yeah, that definitely suck with the current roster. Yeah, I'm hoping for the W in the first round. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about now. My biggest fear is that they make the Super Bowl just to lose again. Are you talking about the Bills, Sarah? That was nuts. Yes, it was. Bears ain't making it to the Super Bowl. No chance. Nada. Green Bay, absolutely zero rush. Awful. Bears ain't beating Eagles or winner of that game. If the 49ers win that game, then the Bears play the Rams. If the Bills get rolled tomorrow, Josh Allen plays as well as playoffs always does. And I think Sean McDermott is going to get the John Harbaugh treatment. Definitely possible. I'm definitely hoping for the Chargers to rock the Patriots. I almost care more about that game than the Bills winning. Julian Epic, you called it about Ben. What did I call, Young Conqueror? I call a lot of things. What did I call? The Bears already beat the Eagles this season. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Oh my God, this guy's so annoying. Missing Parsons was huge. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. You're right. Josh Allen's playoff stats are better than Mahomes and Burrow. Matt LaFleur coached this game into existence just as he has done repeatedly when playing KOC, McVay, DC, etc. He panics in the second half. He doesn't fully trust himself or love or the D. Battle of Pennsylvania Eagles and Steelers in the Super Bowl. Could be. I see all the options right now. I am spent. You called it about Ben Johnson being the truth while I was cautiously shy about it. I mean, I don't see I see that as pretty easy take. Hey, Julian, couldn't make the live today. You going live tomorrow? I am Cardinals fan. I am. I live in Baltimore now, but I grew up in Buffalo area. I'm an old lady who watched the Bills lose all 4 Super Bowls. I know all too well about Buffalo teams. Well, I am sorry for those struggles, Sarah. I am sorry. Are you doing games tomorrow? I am. Well, there's 3 games tomorrow. We got the Bills and the Jags. We got the Eagles and the 49ers. And then we got the Chargers and the Patriots. I gotta think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna eat and I'm gonna make my food. I'm trying to think because I don't eat until later. I can't eat early in the morning or like even early afternoon. So like ideally my first meal is during the Eagles game. But I don't want to eat while I talk. I'm not gonna be like, oh man, that was so good. Oh, okay, go. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. So I gotta. Also, I have nowhere to eat here. This is my computer. There's nothing to eat over there, so I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Did you make a vid about the Panthers? I didn't see. I did. Bryce Young was awesome in that game. Young Conqueror. Did you watch my video where I called you out? Oh yeah, enjoy that half day, Travis. Travis, do you think it's wrong for me to say that Bryce Young played better than Matthew Stafford in that game? I'm not telling you, Young Conqueror. Someone yelled at me in the not a lot of people are watching that Rams Panthers video, which is that's not a surprise. I talk about that all the time. That some games and teams people talk about, others don't. But I said that I thought he played, and he goes, "Oh, I replied. I just wrote LOL. I didn't have time to reply to it." He went on a whole rant. I kind of read it. Stafford outplayed Young. You're clueless, bro. Stafford made the game-winning drive, and Stafford hurt his finger in the second quarter, so that's why he struggled in the second half. Rams should have won easily. McVay didn't kick field goals ahead 17-7 to make it 27, and Puka dropped an absolute touchdown right before halftime. Otherwise, the game isn't even close. Rams would have won 44-31. I'm not worried at all for special teams. I'm clueless. I am not impressed with the Panthers. The Rams gave them opportunities that they should have not had. Dan Morgan, can you please give Fangio or Flores a call? Buddy, Fangio is not going to Carolina. You think he's going to Carolina? I am sorry. LMFAO, no. Bryce outplayed Stafford? You can't be real. Matthew Stafford showed why he's the real MVP. Can you make your anti-Stafford bias any more obvious? LMAO. That's what they said. Those are the comments from that video. I use Travis as like a springboard to know if I don't say this often, out of pocket. LaFleur with the best John Harbaugh impression. That's a funny. I'm not saying it's accurate, but it's a funny comment. That was amazing. As an Eagles fan, disappointing. If we win, didn't want to have to go to Chicago. But good on Caleb. He has grown. What are with these games? I know, right? I'm curious, since he said he's an Eagles fan. As an Eagles fan, would you rather face the Bears? Would you rather face the Rams? Maybe one day I'll see. Now we get to see. Now you're hoping that the Eagles win because you want to see the Rams versus Seahawks divisional round. Do I think Matt LaFleur gets fired? I think it's so hard because of how their team is run. And you know, they don't have this owner GM type thing. You know, like it's hard to know who's ever on a hot seat in Green Bay. And everyone always wants to fire someone, and I just don't know who you hire. Like now that everyone's firing everyone, it's like now there's a lot of people available, and I don't know. Like, I could see you firing Matt LaFleur, bringing in Mike McDaniel as the OC, and upgrading your defensive coordinator to the head coach. You know, like, I'm not saying they will, but that's a legitimate possibility. You know, like I'm not saying I'd do that because I don't really know. I'd have to think about it a lot. I'd have to really, but like Matt LaFleur is a great enough offensive mind that I'd always, hey, I made an awesome video, Young Conqueror, off of your comment. It was pretty great. I fed off it. And I was like, let's go. I said it was a bad comment and I disagreed with it and I destroyed it and proved it wrong. But I said it was all out of respect. I just want to see the Giants get their act together. It's ridiculous. I've been a Giants fan for like 30 years. I've never seen anything like this. Well, and so that's why there is a great argument to bring in the Mike McCarthys, the Harbaughs, because it's not so much that you think that they're going to be able to elevate you to like the highest next level, and now they're going to usher in a new era of Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. But sometimes that is the play. You bring the coach in like that because you know they're going to be able to stabilize. They're going to make you competitive. They know how to run a team. They know how to keep things organized. They know how to get the meetings, get the players to follow along. You know, they understand how to do that. I'm not telling you that it's perfect. I'm not telling you, like I said, that's exactly who you want with your brand new young quarterback. But like, you know, you do bring that in, and it has a stabilizing factor. Because if you're the Giants right now, if you're the Raiders, yeah, you could take a swing and be like, let's bring in this new defensive coordinator and have him as a head coach or whatever. And you're just like, I don't know, how is that necessarily going to work? Like, bringing in Vrabel had that effect. Bringing in Harbaugh had that effect. Now, I think those coaches are better than the other Harbaugh and McCarthy, but like still. Although Vrabel, I don't know. He hasn't necessarily 100% earned that right yet. This is how the world works today. Any nuance about this game will be lost even already. Like how crazy Ben Johnson coaching failed at play calls in the first half to be down 21-3. Well, that's why this game, essentially, you can say everything. The Bears at time were terrible. The play calling, I wholeheartedly disagree with. Caleb Williams, not good. Defense, not good. And then there's other moments when you could be like, Ben Johnson, unbelievable. Caleb Williams, unbelievable. Right? Like, and so it's just like, you can kind of say a million different things here. But also his kicker, you know, for Matt LaFleur, his kicker missed the field goal, a kick that he should have made. And so the Rams will play, if the Eagles win, they play the Seahawks. If the Eagles lose, they'll play the Bears. So I'm rooting, like I was rooting for the Packers and the Bears to play each other. And I was right about that. I said this is the game that we want to see. And we just saw a historically great playoff game. I'm saying we want to see the Bears and the Eagles play each other. I don't know if that's going to be some historically great game. It'll be, I'm sure it'll be fine and fun and all that. But you want to see the Rams play the Seahawks. Rams play 49ers if they win, or Seattle if Philly wins. That's not possible. That's not how that can work. Green Bay had a lot of chances to put the Bears away. They did. Eagles versus Niners, who wins? After watching these two games, I don't know how anyone could have any predictions. I don't know how anyone could feel remotely positive. I'll tell you what, though. I'm watching these games, and I'm seeing receivers wide open for the Packers, for the Bears, for the Rams. Not necessarily for the Panthers, honestly. I never see those receivers that open for the Eagles, so let's see what we get tomorrow. Yeah, find it. I want to find it too. Do you guys just want me to tell you the name of the video to make it easy for you? You're never going to just magically find it. I mean, you could, but it'll take you a long time. I make a lot of videos. It is NFL Live News. Proof. Jalen Hurts and Philadelphia Eagles. Success drives fans insane. It was a great video. A lot of people loved it. I got a ton of comments, 279. I always like when I see a lot of comments because that means people want to have the conversation. So it was a great video. I enjoyed it. It's a long video, 24 minutes, 37 seconds. People are still watching it. I got 16 views in the last, was that hour or 48 hours? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Let me see. Now I am actually curious. Last 48 hours. Last 60 minutes, one person watched it. Thank you, person. That's why I'm rooting. That's why everybody should be rooting for the Eagles to beat the 49ers. Sorry, 49ers fans. But that automatically gives us the Rams Seahawks. And that's the game we want. That game is box office. That's the game we want. Well, I'll definitely be here tomorrow, Young Conqueror. Unironically for the Eagles, the most incompetent coaches produce the best results. Never saw Reed win a Super Bowl and us. Look at Doug Peterson, Sirianni. Well, I would say that Andy Reid is definitely a lot better than Doug Peterson and Sirianni, that's for sure. Bears-Eagles playoff game will go the exact same way as the game in 2018. Wasn't that game like 13-10 or 12-13 and it was just a missed field goal? A double doink? Nick Foles special? Then they lost to the Saints because the Eagles wide receiver missed a pass. Despite the two interceptions, Caleb played phenomenal that second half. Yeah, I think he made phenomenal plays. Do you think the Bears could do this against the Seahawks defense? No, they absolutely cannot. And the Seahawks defense would not allow a comeback like that. I do not believe that. Not against this team. What was I gonna say? Ben Johnson is such a mini Dan Campbell. Love it. He's a smugger and more annoying, but he's got a lot of DC vibe. Birds beat the 49ers, then we beat the Bears. The Rams beat the Seahawks. The Eagles beat the Rams at home on the way to repeat in the Super Bowl. Buddy has it all planned out. Then who do the Eagles play in the Super Bowl? You got to tell me how the AFC is all coming down. Packers blew this game. No need to talk about it. Green Bay blew it. I've never needed something so badly in my life as this win. I see you mid-fighter. I see your comment now. Also, the throws Caleb was making was Aaron Rodgers, Pat, Josh Allen, Brett Favre level, especially that fourth down with the game on the line. Also, game felt like a soap opera every 5 seconds. I'm saying OMG. Jordan played elite in terms of throwing and being on time, but like the game versus Philly last year, I felt he could have definitely managed the game better. Goes to show what a difference a good offensive coach can do for a quarterback. LaFleur with his best John Harbaugh impression. I'm all caught up. Nothing wrong with Andy Reid. Love the man and a great head coach, but how can you have the most winningest team and still went on? Well, that was Donovan McNabb's fault for throwing all those interceptions and being sick in the huddle. And to be fair, he did lose to Bill Belichick and the Tom Brady. And he did not win with Patrick Mahomes against Tom Brady in the 2 playoff games either. So, yeah, I didn't like that he didn't even give Matt LaFleur any type of handshake like that. I saw that. He went right by him. Honestly, dude, majority of these coaches are jerks. Travis will tell you. They got such massive egos. Majority of these coaches are just not good people. I promise you. They are not good people. They're petty. They're egotistical. They're narcissistic. They're delusional. They're crazy. Like anyone who's been around real coaches, like real professional coaches who get paid to coach, it's an interesting place to be in, man. It's an interesting place to be in. That's why I like a Mike McCarthy, honestly. I'd play better for a Mike McCarthy, for Liam Cohen, Harbaugh 1, not Harbaugh 2. Although I'd like the other Harbaugh, but he wouldn't give me the answers to the problems, and I wouldn't like that. Would frustrate me. Who else? I'd like to play for Sirianni, but I would not trust him in the way that because he also can't give me the answers. But I'd feel good. I feel comfortable out there. Cliff Kingsbury, Dan Quinn, Kevin Stefanski, Andy Reid. Dude, anything involved in professional sports, you got to have a lot of demons. I mean, like, that's what keeps you motivated. That's what keeps me motivated to keep making videos and stuff. It's just like it's being haunted by the demons of my past. It's like, keep going, baby, keep going. If you just keep swimming, you can't drown. If you just keep swimming, you can't drown. It's like, come on, come on, come on. If you keep swimming, you can't see the bottom of the ocean. If you keep swimming, you can't see the bottom of the ocean. The moment your feet touch sand, it's over. Keep going, baby, keep going. Trying to think what other coaches. Of course, off the top of my head, like every coach is slipping my mind. I got to just go by the teams. Sean McVay is runs a little hot. Shanahan. Who else? Can't think. I gotta look at all. Any other time I'm trying to think of like quarterbacks or coaches or this, I always just have to look at like I would just go to like teams, the list of teams, and then it like freshes my memory. I'm like, oh right. Sean McVay's offense would be so hard to learn. Well, and so that's the thing. Some of these coaches I'd love because I respect what they can do, but they wouldn't bring out the best of me because of the environment that they create. Like Ben Johnson, I just know without a shadow of a doubt, he would not bring out the best in me, even though I think he's an absolute brilliant coach. I think he is an absolute brilliant coach, but he, without a shadow of a doubt, would not bring the best out of me. That is not the coach and the environment that brings out the best in me personally. That's why I like a Harbaugh. That's why I like a Liam Cohen. That's why I like a Kevin O'Connell. Pete Carroll, right. I'd be great with Pete Carroll, but again, I wouldn't trust Pete Carroll to give me the answers. I also want a coach that gives me the answers. You need to have a coach that gives you the answers. Zachary Taylor. Mike Tomlin. Kellen Moore. Those are all coaches that if you said you had to play right now and you got one chance to make it all, where do you go? It's like I'm going with the coach that I know at the very least. Oh, Shane Steichen for sure. That's why like a Liam Cohen is probably maybe that perfect balance between someone who I think would bring out the best version of myself, but then also have all the answers and be able to give me the information that I need. Well, yeah, especially if you're a defensive player. I'm looking at it through the lens of me being a quarterback, by the way. Just so we're clear on that. Congrats on the win, David. Uh yeah, Kellen Moore is a sneaky coach because he's not super fit, he's not jacked. You don't really think of him as like an ex-player either. He's not like super serious and like hyper focused and glaring on the sideline. So you look at him and you're just like, who is this guy? Because this guy, you look at Kellen Moore and you're like, have you ever played a sport in your life? Do you know anything about sports? The coaches that were bossy and also treated the best players like agent does star actors are most successful. A few expectations like Chuck Noll and Tom Landry. What game are you most pumped for tomorrow? Honestly, I think it's impossible to answer considering we just saw these two. These two games were insane. I mean, the Carolina Panthers and the Rams game was absolutely bonkers. This game was absolutely. I just what could anyone predict for these next three games? Honestly, yeah, just funny, Travis, because the way how the one day you pointed out that coaches and their egos, it's something that I've obviously always known because it's obviously things that I've experienced, but I never put words to it. And it was when you said, "Oh yeah, their egos," I was like, "Oh yeah," I was like, "That's a big part of it." And I just like I was like, "Yeah, that's such a huge part of what it is with so many of these coaches. It's their egos are so gigantic and it can be so overbearing. And even as a player being coached, it's like, I don't know. But it is funny because ultimately, I think, especially if you're comfortable with yourself, you become the coach that you wanted or that you believe, you know what, this actually is what would have brought out the best in me. I have a lot of trouble in my job when I get clients who have narcissistic tendencies. Yeah, I don't blame you. Dude, even at the lower levels, their egos are massive. For high school kids that don't, it's like, don't make it so complicated. Well, and that's the thing though, because even high school coaches are also professional coach, like depending on where you are in high school, I guess. But like some of the main big schools, like you are getting like full-time professional head coaches. And a lot of times, again, I shouldn't say a lot of times, it all depends on what schools you're going to, but like you can have a head coach who's like was in the pro, like actually accomplished stuff, who's like a legit coach. And a lot of times they're probably trying to find their ways into trying to maybe get to college and beyond. Yeah. Do they still make high school coaches like teach health or something? Is that still a thing? Or have they just like given that up? For me, the one thing that I recognize and realize, and I've shared this a lot, I need to feel like I can make mistakes. I need to feel like I can absolutely fail. I need to feel like I can make the worst play I've ever made. If I feel comfortable playing absolutely terrible, then I can be absolutely great. If you make me feel that any mistake, any issue, any mishap is just doomsday, I'm just not. I don't play as loose and as free. I used to be a teacher, and the coach at my last school decided he needed a new field for the team, so he managed to get a neighborhood garden destroyed. Well, they get a lot. They have a lot of power. It makes sense. Well, and that's the thing. Being chewed out for making a mistake, I'll know I made a mistake. So yelling at me again for making a mistake doesn't do me any good. Talk to me about why I made the mistake and how what I need to do next, or if I made a mistake because I didn't see something, explain that to me. That's it. If you yelling at me for making a mistake, it's like I already know. Yeah, I know that. And if you don't, and that's why I talked about this before. I'm already going to beat myself up for it now again and again and again. I'm going to think about it at night. I'm going to talk about it with my friends and my family, and it's going to haunt me until the next opportunity. And actually, games later, weeks later, months later, years later, I'll still think about that one mistake that I made, and it'll still be on my shoulders. So you adding to it is not helping me out, man. You're actually just making me think more about it. Like I said, give me the solution. One of the best acts of coaching I ever had in my entire life. I made a mistake, and I was like, I'm so sorry. I went right to the coach. I was like, I'm so sorry. And he came to me and he's like, I don't care. He goes, it's all good. I know you won't do it again. He goes, I know you don't normally make those mistakes. And he was just literally like, what are you talking about? You made a mistake, whatever. And he was just so nonchalant about it. He was just like, yeah, you're good. I get it. It happens. And it was just like, boom, perfect. Like, there's little things that coaches can do to help build up that confidence and help make you feel comfortable. Like, the opposing team in that same game, the opposing coach, who had a lot of respect for me, he came out and he goes, thank you so much for helping us, for helping us win. And like, it wasn't him being a jerk. He was saying like, you helped us, thank you for giving us one, essentially, like, thank you for that. Like, it was his way of being like, man, you never do that and you did, so like, thank you. Like, again, it was another way of him being like positive. How so, Travis? I'm curious. Tom, by your argument, it doesn't matter what Tom has to say. You can tell it's a good team when the players also step in to help carry for their team after a mistake, for sure. Yes, and it was politics behind my situation. I was playing behind a D1 player, and they viewed me as a threat, so they were doing everything in their power to destroy my confidence. That's never good. I do wish I was in a position to coach again. I think that would be really interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Travis. I coached youth football, soccer, basketball, never baseball, and I reffed all those sports as well. But I'd like to coach at a higher level. But I mean, there's no way I'm going to do it. But yeah. At this point too now, like, especially when I see how a lot of these coaches talk to the players, and some of the discussions that they have and all of that, Like, that's something that I think I'd absolutely thrive in, especially, like, at the NFL level. Like, talking to, like, these guys at this points in their life, like, that's where I think I could shine. Like, when you saw Gannon, isn't that his name? With the Arizona Cardinals and, like, how he was talking to his team, I'm like, "Oh, no, man. No, no, no. What are you doing? What are you doing?" I'm the same way in regards to if I make a mistake. It'll be on my mind a lot and for a long time. Yeah. I still think about the mistakes that I've made in any aspect of my life, let alone playing. I'm like, oh, why did I throw that one ball? Why didn't I just hold on to it? Why did I do this? Why did I do that? Why did I say that thing to that guy in high school? Thank you, Christopher. I'm curious to see what the rushing attack looks like for both teams, honestly. Dude, letting go is the ultimate superpower. I do not know how to let things go. I do not know how to let things go, especially the negative things. The positive things I seemingly let go right away. I make an accomplishment, I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then I just like move on. The negatives, I just like sit with it, and I go, let's go, let's go. But that's why I've recently discovered, like, I definitely am more motivated by the fear of losing rather than the pursuit of winning. More like OCD. I did point that out a little bit, Sarah. What can I say? I got some good observations every once in a while. Yeah, let me see. I want to see. So that Rams video, that post-game video that I made, it was been hours ago. And that game ended at what, like 5 hours ago or something at this point now? Maybe more. It only has 345 views. The Bears video already has, let's see what that official number is. 800. Like that, and I'm only bringing that up just to like highlight a real-time thing of like some teams, like that is why we watch them talk about the same teams again and again and again and again and again. Oh yeah. No, I hear you about the ADD OCD. But then again, our friend Tom here is clearly in deep pain. He is. He is. So a lot of Chiefs fans' reality was shattered last season, specifically the Mahomes fans, because they were so confident they were going to get that three-peat, and it was built up as this epic accomplishment. And then not only did they not win, but they got absolutely destroyed, humiliated. And Patrick Mahomes, turnover after turnover after turnover, couldn't even cross midfield. And then the following year was supposed to be redemption. And then because of the injuries and suspensions, it gave us another beautiful example of Mahomes not winning and things not looking quite right. And it was the gift that kept on giving, because then those fans were like, yeah, but it's not the receivers. It's not fair. And it was like, oh, so interesting you want to bring that up. Why don't we bring that up for Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson? Like, that's so interesting. You want to talk about roster construction right now? You want to talk about O-line and injuries? That's so interesting. Let's talk about that. Well, they would have won if so-and-so didn't drop that pass. Isn't that what happened with the Buffalo Bills against the Kansas City Chiefs in 2023? That's interesting. We would have won if it wasn't for our O-line. It's like, isn't that what Justin Herbert's dealing with? Yeah, I think the Chiefs will be great, but I don't know. There's some question marks now. Rashee Rice, is he going to be playing? Like, there is some serious accusations, which we don't have to get into, but it is a question mark. So I don't know. Not to mention he's already on probation, which makes things even more complicated from a legality standpoint, but no idea. And Patrick Mahomes' health, his knee. Like, when is he actually playing? What's the story here? Well, if any of the allegations are true, then it technically would be a violation of his already pre-existing stuff, which then there's actual now legal ramifications. And I don't know how to say your name. Auteur. He just made me also bring up the other point that I kept bringing up is that, right, the Broncos aren't going anywhere. The Broncos are better. The Chargers are better. The Patriots are better. The Jags are better. So much of the Chiefs' dominance was able to have such this gap over the rest of the AFC and the NFL, and they simply do not have that anymore. The division alone, they were able to guarantee 6 wins. Now the Raiders in a couple of years could be really good, solid, great, at least split wins and stuff with the Chiefs. So if the Raiders and the Broncos and the Chargers were all who they had been for the last few years during the run of the Chiefs this year would literally be in the playoffs right now and would be a top seed. They would most likely be like a 2 seed at the minimum, maybe competing for the 1 seed because the Broncos wouldn't be there now. Like, everything just gets elevated. You could give them 2 wins against the Chargers, 2 wins against the Broncos. That alone it just swings everything. Same thing even with the Jags now. The Jags were who they had been. I mean, that's 5 wins right there. And so now you just don't have that anymore. Absolutely. No, and that's why this year in the playoffs proves that. Bears taking down the Packers. The Rams almost losing to the Panthers. The Patriots playing the Chargers. It's like, what is that? The Jags playing the Bills. What the heck is that game? The Broncos with the 1 seed. Man, if the Raiders, if I'm the Raiders, you go after Harbaugh, Minter, Kevin S., or maybe Kubiak and get Willis or Cousins for a year. So what about Mendoza? Are you not drafting Mendoza? I'm probably going after, since I need stabilization, I'm probably going after Kevin Stefanski, unless I feel like he actually truly is a bad coach and he was a big problem with Cleveland. If I reach the conclusion, no, that I actually think he's legit, then yeah, you absolutely get him. No, I trade down. So you're not going to take the potential superstar quarterback. That's interesting. And then you're going to take a swing on Cousins or Malik Willis. I'm a fan of what I've seen out of Malik Willis for sure. But was that too small of a sample size? How old is Malik? This is where you need to trust. What's he, probably 24 or something? Oh, he's 26. This is where you need to have great coaching. Because if you have great coaching, then you would be comfortable saying, yeah, we'll give Malik Willis $75 million, whatever it is, a Sam Darnold deal. Probably gets a little bit less because he didn't have as much success as like a Sam Darnold or a Baker. He didn't have enough time to show that. And if you have the right offensive coach, you're guided by that. If you have Shane Steichen already, you're like, okay, this is what we know we want to do. And you're confident now trading down, getting those draft picks, et cetera, et cetera. Because you could trade down, build up the O-line, D-line. Would you trade Max Crosby and also get picks? Because you could rebuild all in 1 year and have Malik Willis now, 26 years old, Kevin Stefanski. I'm sold on it now. But if Mendoza ends up being an unbelievable quarterback and an absolute monster, then it's, oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. Well, and that's the thing. A Tua situation, would they try to get a Malik Willis? Like, apparently the Colts want to move forward with Daniel Jones still. If they can get 2 first-round picks this year and next year, that's actually pretty funny, right? If you trade down. Yeah, but if you trade down, aren't you swapping with someone else then? Mendoza would go to whoever you're trading with. Don't the Rams have 2 first-round picks this year? Couldn't they trade down and they get the first-round pick? Then they get Mendoza? NFL draft order. Let's see. Las Vegas Raiders, Jets, Cardinals. So, like, if you were to trade down, you would have to trade down to someone who has the draft capital. The Cleveland Browns do, but they're not going to do that. The Washington Commanders, don't think so. Kansas City Chiefs aren't going to do it. The Bengals aren't going to do it. The Miami Dolphins could theoretically do it. The Cowboys aren't going to do it. The Rams are actually one of the teams that are like, they actually have the draft capital and the need if they're trying to move on from Matthew Stafford. That should scare people. Las Vegas Raiders don't do that. Baltimore Ravens aren't going to do that. The Buccaneers aren't going to do that. The New York Jets have another pick at 16. The Lions aren't going to do that. The Minnesota Vikings aren't going to do that. It's actually kind of interesting. Trading down, you'd have to really look and see. But the only team that's going to do that is if they want Mendoza. And maybe if the Jets are like, we want him. And I guess the Jets do have another. You could trade down to the second round. So if they trade to the second round and the Jets select Mendoza, the Raiders could get their second pick and the Jets where am I looking? And their 16th pick. Like, would that be fair? Like, I don't know. And what you're talking about with the Browns right now have the 6th pick in the draft. You said they could do it with the Browns, but who are the Browns selecting? The Browns aren't selecting Mendoza. They want to move forward with Shedeur Sanders, apparently. Like if you're trading down, and I don't think the Saints wouldn't take him either. They like Tyler Shuck. They gave up 2 first-round picks. I'm not sure. I don't remember now. I think it's 2 first-round picks this year and next year. So whoever's going to be who would ever trade with the Raiders is going to want the quarterback, and so that really is like the Dolphins, the Jets. The Jets might be the most interesting one, but then you drop back to the second. You would get the first round and the second pick, and so you're only moving down one spot. So you'd get immediately who you want, and then maybe if you're the car, I don't know, because then you could maybe still even trade down again. Like I don't know. The NFL draft can get kind of crazy, so I don't know. Vikings should give up the picks for Mendoza. You think they're gonna abandon McCarthy? McCarthy can't stay healthy. That is a real thing. He legitimately cannot stay healthy. At this point, I hope the Raiders get Mendoza. They get the right coach, and he just becomes a great quarterback in that division. That is just the simplest. Just get it done. Just build the right team. Get the right coach. Develop him. Allow him to be a nice, good, ascending quarterback. Rebuild your franchise. Then you have Mendoza and Tom Brady working together. Do the Raiders become the new belle of the NFL? Yeah, but he got him in the second round, though. Like, I have to go back in time and think about that. I thought that made more sense because Carson Wentz legitimately couldn't stay healthy and in multiple playoff runs. So he wasn't there in 2017. He wasn't there in 2018 for the playoffs. And then his actual playoff game against the Seattle Seahawks, he got concussed and knocked out of that game as well. Well, and the Raiders would be able to ascend as potentially the Chiefs are going to be on the decline because at that point, when Mendoza's at his best or entering his prime, Patrick Mahomes will be like 33 years, and Andy Reid's going to be on the brink of retirement. So the timing would be like pretty great. And then even at that point, Justin Herbert now is like 30 or more. And Bo is an older quarterback too. But Bo would be the youngest. Not the youngest out of all of them, but he would be out of the group of guys right now. Like Justin Herbert, isn't he like 26 already? He's 27, and he's turning 28 this year. So that's why in a few years, like he's 31. You just, before you know it, you're like, they don't look quite the same. Isn't Bo Nix 25? Yeah, he's 25, and he's turning 26 this year in February. So I feel Lamar is a good quarterback, but he is way too injury prone, and he and Burrow miss a mountain, man. Yeah, it's definitely a problem. Who even brought up Mahomes? When? The Chargers are going to win. Huge Herbert fan. I'm a professional golf caddy, and my buddy got a loop for Herbert and said he was the coolest guy ever. That's pretty cool. That's all. The whole comment is awesome. The Chargers play the Patriots, the night game. '49ers play the Eagles, the mid game. What's your prediction for the Chargers game? Buddy, I cannot give a game, give a prediction, especially after these first two games. It's been insane. How could I make any type of predicting? This guy's yelling at me. The all-knowing Julian. Yes, listen to Julian. Who's this guy? What is your honest take about Max Kellerman's body? What? What do you mean? I haven't seen it. Oh, I see who he is. He's a Bears fan, I think, that thinks I don't like the Bears. Yeah, that's what it is. That's who he is. Makes sense. Fly to the ground, Eagles. Fly down to the ground. Jaden turns 26 this year as well. So say, man, everyone be getting older. No, I meant to say put yourself into Max Kellerman's shoes and tell me what you would say. Say about what though? A take? Like a specific take? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Like you want me to pretend like I'm Max Kellerman and do a take? I couldn't do it. My favorite take of all time by Max Kellerman is about the space beam at Earth and you need one person to save it. Who do you want to take that shot? I want Andre Iguodala. That is just amazing. I want Iguodala. Max Kellerman is really, really smart and really, really sharp. He's dangerous. Kobe, that's not a bad. I mean, listen, you can't go wrong with any of the usual guys. The NFL is hitting a high point for QBs in their history, probably the best talent ever at one time, and all in the prime except two or three. Yeah, it's pretty legit. He lived in Newport Beach. That's where I'm originally from. Newport Beach. In northern, like in Orange County. Is that Orange County? Or am I getting something mixed up right now? Or is that like Connecticut? That's Connecticut. Newport is Connecticut. Rhode Island? It's either Orange County or like Connecticut, Orange County. Okay, right. So I am thinking about Orange County. Okay. You're originally from Newport, isn't that? I think Newport Beach is like fancy. And that's like Southern California fancy. So it is fancy. You're going to the Jags Bills game? You're just casually going to that game? Now the golfing makes sense. Some are saying that Jordan Love is turning into a Justin Herbert in the playoffs. I don't know. I don't know what that means because Justin Herbert is special. As a Bills fan, I just want the game to get here so I can know how heartbroken I'll be. You got to think positively. I hope to make it to an actual game someday. I was supposed to go to the AFC Championship game last year, but the plans fell through. You know what, though? I feel like you not going to that game might have been a blessing. Highmark Stadium. What's the new stadium? Is the new stadium still going to be called Highmark Stadium? I don't know. I'm so bad with the names of all this. I couldn't name you like 12 stadiums right now. I'm so bad. Oh, now people are saying no, the new stadium is not Highmark. Is it multiple names? What's the one stadium that they just created a new? Oh, that's a college stadium where they're like, so and so presents. Pretty distracting. Very possible, but a lot of teams have figured out how to contain Josh this year more than ever. Yes, casually going. Well, wait a second. So you're not. I always just assumed you're living in Denver or Colorado area, but you're just chilling in Jackson. You're just chilling in Florida. Maybe I knew that and forgot. Now it's called New Highmark or Highmark 2. ChatGPT says it's still named Highmark Stadium. Can't always trust that. I'm going to be at the Broncos playoff game as well. Bro's just flying all over the country. He's living that first-class private jet life. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go see the Jags, and I'm going to go see the Broncos. Maybe I'll check out the Patriots Chargers game. It's their identity to play out in the bad weather, Sarah. Bro got bread. Let me hold something. I thought I heard it was something different name-wise. Like I said, I am awful. Hold on. This guy's throwing out some slurs. Man, if Bills lose and Pats win, I won't recover. If Bills lose and Pats win, well, that'll be a tough day for a Bills fan. But at Fox. Oh yeah, where are these games on? I want to see what broadcasters we're getting. Sunday. So are we getting on 3 networks? Are we getting a Fox game, a CBS game, and then an NBC night game, Sunday Night Football game? I assume, right? We're getting Tom Brady, Romo, and Collinsworth. So yeah, we're getting Romo, I assume, for the Bills-Jags game. We're going to get the 49ers and the Eagles for Tom Brady. And then for the Chargers, Patriots. Oh, actually, is that the... No, that's going to be the Sunday night game. Duh. And then Troy Aikman and Joe Buck on Monday for their last game. Yeah. Well, it was weird. We had a bunch of the NFC games on CBS and a bunch of the... We had them switched around. Let's see. I'm so used to things. Hold on. Romo and Nance are doing yeah. I'm so used to things ultimately not going my way when it comes down to it that I'm assuming the Bills lose. Well, that's just sports, man. So I love them. I love listening to Dano and Riddick talk football, but they're not the most entertaining when it comes to watching a game in real time. I'd love to have them break down the game when the game's not happening. Because obviously I love Orlovsky and Riddick for that matter. Because I also love Riddick's defensive perspectives. But I mean, I do like a little bit more energy that like a Romo can bring, a Troy Aikman can bring, a Greg Olson, that Orlovsky doesn't quite have that. It's just, I don't know, just different. I'm surprised at how much I enjoy Tom Brady announcing. So Tom Brady has awesome insights. He's obviously incredibly, intelligent football player with an awesome experience. And, there's certain times that I really like that he brings up certain things where he's like, I don't call timeout. For me, if we're, within the 30-yard line and I have 2 timeouts, I'm only calling a timeout in this situation. And like hearing that type of stuff, you're like, okay, that's really fascinating. And those are some of the insights that you can really take to the bank. My only real issue with Tom Brady is that he does constantly reference himself. And you're allowed to reference yourself. Greg Olson does it, Troy Aikman does it. But it just seems like in a lot of games, they'll be like, oh, and Tom, you know what it's like to play in Buffalo, don't you? And he's like, oh, sure, I sure do know what it's like to play in Buffalo. I've thrown some great passes to Gronk over the years. And I'm like, I don't care, man. I'm watching the Bills and the Eagles right now. I don't care about the passes that you threw to Gronk unless it actually mattered. Unless you were like, hey, in this game, in this weather, I really liked to rely on my tight end. So I really expect Jalen Hurts to work the ball to Dallas Goedert here. Like, that makes sense. I'm like, okay, I get that. And his insights about the gloves was awesome. Like, yeah, that was really interesting to hear Tom Brady talk about the gloves and like, hey, you know what? In this game, you don't want those slippery gloves. You really want the leather gloves or something. I'm like, great. But like, not everything has to be brought back to Tom Brady winning and being who he is. Like, I just care about the game in front of me. That's what I mean. Well, listen, I mean, everyone that Tom Brady interacts with around the NFL is just like, you're Tom Brady, you're Tom Brady, you're Tom Brady. So, like, he's never had to be humbled from a football perspective. I mean, he's literally Tom Brady and he's calling plays. Like, in a lot of ways, that job, I don't want to say is beneath him because, like, nothing's beneath you. And it's kind of crazy to say that you're calling football games is something beneath you. But, like, considering his career and his net worth and the power he has in the world, like he's an owner. He's a GM. Not even a GM feels beneath it. It's like he's an owner. He's Tom Brady. I think if LeBron James is calling plays out there, and he's like, "Okay, Doris, that was a great 3 there." Like you're like, LeBron, I don't know if you should be doing play-by-play right now. Like you're an owner. You should own the team. You should own the network. But listening to their insights is awesome. And what I love about Tom Brady is that he calls people out. Like he's like, that's a bad throw. That was not a good throw. You need to catch that ball. Like, and he just says it very directly. That's a C throw. That's a D throw. Even when the quarterback makes a nice play, he's like, no, they left the pocket too soon. Like when he did that with Caleb, he is like, he left the pocket. He cut the field in half unnecessarily. And I appreciate that. You can still be humble. Colin always talks about how Tom Brady would go up to a rookie and shake his hand and say, I'm Tom. Colin always tells that story, and I'm always like, bro, that's just normal human behavior. No matter how famous you are, when you first meet someone, you're not like, hey, of course, I'm Tom. Like, you just always will shake your hand and say, hey, Tom, nice to meet you. Like, it's just like how it operates. Like, it's just, what is he just never mentions his name when he shakes someone's hands, no matter what? Like, you're obviously always just going to say your name. Like, it's just, otherwise, you're just like, hey, you know who I am, right? Like, it's just like not gonna how it works. That's the new trend. Brady, part owner of the Raiders, Aikman consulting with the Dolphins, Matt Ryan, president of football operations. But those ex-players, it doesn't always go well. Like, it's tough. I think the lower level players have better chances at running teams and managing, coaching, etc., than the elite players. It's like, I think about this a lot because the reality is like Tom Brady, since he is the GOAT and since he is elite, like his football career was such a specific trajectory. It's like taking business advice from Mark Zuckerberg. It's like, dude, you built Facebook when you were 20 years old. We can say that that's amazing, so of course you should listen to him. It's like he's lived such a weirdly, narrowly specific life. I'm just not so sure he's the one that can actually give you the legit advice and guidance. And it's why we see a lot of these great players who try to be owners, GMs, whatever, coaches, doesn't quite look as good. Thank you, Maxwell. So I think a Broncos Bears Super Bowl would be wild. Caleb versus Bo Nix. That'd be wild. Can you imagine if we have someone beat Tom Brady's Super Bowl record? Seeing the Chiefs struggle has really highlighted how exceptional. Well, yeah. I mean, exactly right. I think that's so true. Listen, if the Eagles lose and the Rams lose and whatnot, it just shows you just even how remarkable it was the Chiefs were able to win as much as they did. Because you're like, here are great teams. The Eagles won a Super Bowl within the last couple of years, obviously just this last year. The Rams won a Super Bowl within the last couple of years. And it's like, here's another chance for them to maybe win another. And it's like, oh, they don't. Like, it is insane. Even just Tom Brady going to a different team and then immediately winning that Super Bowl is bonkers. Yeah, but I'm not saying you can't succeed as a GM or coach or owner or anything like that. But Elway, had Manning. Kind of helps, right? He could not get that quarterback for the life of him. And he passed on Josh Allen. Could you imagine if Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes were in the same division? I don't know if that would be a good thing or a bad thing. So you just want to set fire to Green Bay right now, it seems like. The Bills did. Or the Broncos did. It says it haunts John Elway. That was a bad loss if you're a Packers fan. That has got to be one of the worst ways to lose a playoff game for sure. Wasn't Josh Allen viewed like Trey Lance in terms of a project quarterback, or am I wrong? I don't know. Gave me hope it's not too late for Josh Allen. They're built differently. It's going to be a great game, Jags versus Bills. I think every playoff game on Sunday is going to be great. Buckle up. Buckle up. It's going to be... You know what's such a bummer, though, about the playoffs? Like, the teams get knocked out, and then they're done. And it's like, it's so cool to have all these games and have them matter. And you get to just live stream, you get to stream them and watch them all on the same day. Like, the day becomes about football. But it's like the end of the season. Well, he was a boom. Cavante, he was a boom. The Super Chats were amazing. And I am beyond grateful for them. I mean, like, just absolutely insane. If Rams Panthers can be a great game, then all of them. That's what I'm saying. Joe's got plans to get another Super Chat Grange Crone. I mean, that was insane. He said he's not going to do it until the Eagles game, so... Well, I don't know if he's going to be there for the Eagles game or he's going to be after the Eagles game. Will be interesting to see how Rodgers navigates the Texans team. That I'm really excited about that too. I'm excited to see what he does, like, mentally. How he works that defense. That's going to be fascinating. Josh Allen will also... I hit 100K? What are you talking about? That was a question. I did not, no. Me? I wish, that'd be cool, but I did not. What was I about to say? Oh, we get to see Josh Allen. We get to see Josh Allen in the playoffs, baby. On Sunday, 1 o'clock, baby. Which game? The Packers-Bears? I'm going to have to make a pretty negative Packers game on Packers video on Monday. I apologize ahead of time, Packers fans, but I'm going to go pretty hard on them and rip them. They need to be ripped. I understand Micah and all that. You had that game won. You need the Bills eliminated? Why? You want to beat the best Broncos? You got to beat the best. Also, it's the Jags who rolled you. Caleb had some unbelievable plays. Am I going to be hard on Jordan Love? He missed a few throws, but I don't look at this as Jordan Love being the problem, but the offense then started to be so disconnected. They were all out of rhythm. Like, it was a combination between Matt LaFleur, Jordan Love, and kind of everyone else involved. But it's not like I'm like, Jordan Love is why they lost necessarily. I'm not going to be like, this was Jordan. If Jordan Love is a better quarterback, they win. But a game like this, and this is why what Colin said about Jordan Love being a game changer or a game breaker or whatever, and like a Jalen Hurts, a Bo Nix or whatever aren't. Like, a comment like that makes no sense because Jordan Love is very much at the mercy of the play calling. Like, he's not just using his legs. He's not scrambling and doing all this off script stuff. That's not where Jordan Love for anything. Bear down, baby. Someone said that they've never heard bear down. They were like, I lived in Chicago for years and I never heard anyone ever say bear down. Honestly, that's a toss-up between Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson. But I'd say Ben Johnson because Ben Johnson is doing more for his team because he has to control the offense as well and fix the quarterback, whereas Vrabel didn't because he hired Josh McDaniels. But, I mean, some of the play calling, you're at, in some of these key moments of the game, you're having Jordan Love throw like back shoulder fades in the corner of the end. I mean, you're having him throw some of the lowest percentage throws in football. I just didn't understand it. I didn't get it. And listen, the fact that they were able to, they essentially did nothing in that third and fourth quarter. And we can say, well, the missed field goal and all that stuff, like, because of the respect that I have for Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love, like, that's unacceptable to me. Which is the same reason why when Jalen Hurts and the Eagles have those bad second halves or single halves, it's like, I look at Kevin Patullo and I'm just like, that's unacceptable, but, like, you're not Matt LaFleur. Like, you're not this great mind. And so, like, if Sirianni was the play caller, I'd be ripping him to shreds and be like, that's on you. You got to get – I just did the video about this. I think it was when we were talking about the game breakers and game changers. Like, of Tom Brady talking about, like, you got to get your quarterback layups. Like, that is what a coordinator is doing, is getting layups. And there was, that second half, I don't know. And the defense did nothing. And so that's why it's like you could say, well, the defense has the excuse because of the injuries. And it's like, I get that too. And that's definitely more defendable, but you didn't have any problems in the first half. So, and then even the 2-minute drill was a total mess. It just turned into bad football. Yeah, I don't know what he was talking about when he said no bear. He's never heard bear down. Well, so then that was also the problem too. They struggled to run the ball in the second half. So let me look that up real fast. And that really collapsed everything. They had no answers when they could not run the ball in the second half. So if you look at the first quarter, you had 14-yard run, 9-yard pass, 33-yard pass, 9-yard run, 5-yard run, 5-yard run, right? You had a lot of runs that really were helping you out there. The next touchdown you had 7-yard run, 13-yard run, big 36-yard pass, 3-yard run, 10-yard pass, 1-yard run, right? So, like, again, a lot of successful run plays. Then your third touchdown, 7-yard run, 2-yard run, and then you were just right there. So then you were just right away from the because they gave it up on downs. That's why so they were already right there. And now in the third quarter, okay, incompletion, negative 2-yard run, incompletion. Now you're behind the sticks. Kickoff. Now on the next punt, you had a 1-yard run, 7-yard pass, and so now you're 3rd and 2, and now you're throwing it incomplete. Which again, at that point, I'd maybe try to be confident in winning at the line of scrimmage and doing that. 6-yard pass, incomplete, 10-yard penalty, 11-yard pass, punt. No run there. Kickoff, 0-yard run, incompletion, 10-yard penalty. Now you got to pass, punt. So you're okay. Now when you scored the touchdown, you actually had you only had one successful run for 1 yard. But you did get that 10-yard penalty. So they just really struggled with the run. 2-yard pass on the missed field goal, 34-yard pass, 0-yard run, 12-yard pass, 0-yard run. I mean, that's the difference between winning and losing. If they were able to get 3-4 yards, 3-4 yards, 3-4 yards, they convert those first downs, they keep the clock moving. And then there you go. As soon as they really couldn't run the ball to set up the pass in like a true measurable way, Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love were really struggling. And in a lot of these obvious passing situations, the Bears had an answer and the Packers didn't. But, okay. I am going to go because I got to eat, make my food for tomorrow, which I really don't feel like doing. So maybe I won't, but I'll regret it tomorrow. So I'll see. But I got to go. I got to eat, go to sleep, and then I'll be here tomorrow for the Bills, Jags, Eagles, 49ers, Patriots, Chargers. I know. That's why I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, oh, man. This game is literally around the corner right now. So I got to go to sleep. That's why I might not make my food. But I'm going to regret it tomorrow. Because then I either got to wake up earlier and make the food, which I don't want to do. I want to lay in bed. Or I got to make the food now, and I don't want to do that. And I don't want to order food because I don't want to spend money. Because then I feel bad about myself. I'm like, you just spent money on food when you could have just bought more food for less money at the grocery store. And then I'll think about it the whole time. Talk about making mistakes and having them haunt you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Quick thoughts on Caleb's game as a whole tonight. I I think for his first playoff game, it was awesome. He definitely had some missed throws and whatnot, and I didn't like his behavior in terms of how he was carrying on and yelling. I don't like that personally. I don't think that's the way to go, but he made some unbelievable plays, unbelievable throws, and the 2 turnovers weren't his fault. I don't really put the 2 interceptions on him at all. And so I think as a whole, I think you can't ask for more in that game, honestly, all things considered. So really awesome and crazy impressive win. But like when things are going bad, you can't be yelling at everyone and carrying on. And then when things are going good, you're like all cool and like, and it's just like you can't I'm just the type of person where I'm like, you can't have it both ways in that regard. If you're gonna pretend like you got ice in your veins, then you gotta have ice in your veins when you're doing amazing and when things are going bad. So that's just me. And because he ended up winning, it's not going to be a conversation. It's going to be like, oh, he's just a competitor. And it's like, But it doesn't matter because I don't think that's the story of the game, obviously, because he was unbelievable. And so he deserves to get his flowers. If he had already been playing in the NFL for a while and had already a bunch of other playoff games, then it would be something more to linger on. But this was his first ever playoff game and a pretty crazy win and an awesome win. So yeah, I think he deserves a ton of credit. And the fact that they were losing by a lot is like not because of Caleb. But he does have a problem with really random inaccurate throws. And, but he then makes some of the most unbelievable plays that you could ever ask your quarterback to ever make. So I think Caleb's going to continue to be fascinating. I think Caleb can continue that trend that we see with the Lamars, with the Josh Allens, with the Patrick Mahomes, where you're like, that was unbelievable. And that was unbelievably awful. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That's my quick thoughts on Caleb. Hopefully that made sense. As a Bears fan, hopefully you don't hate me for not saying nothing but 100% positives. All right. I am out. See ya.